Welcome back, people. Another week, another reset. Gonna head into week 3. At the same time, the summer festival is happening. It's the usual. We won't be covering that this time around. Let's see, week 3. So last week, to summarize, from last week, the Demonweb pits were available for the dungeon. We managed to do our sample of the first advance run as a sentinel.
Well, this sure beats
Overcompensated a little bit just to be safe. I won't be pushing any envelopes today. We'll see if we can hop into another advance. Cover some of the little things that I only noticed once. And as a background, as always, these types of things are not meant to be comprehensive. I'm probably going to miss some observations, like last time's observations. I think one of the milestones were attached to a boon point, so I picked up the boon point. Maybe milestone 2 was when the first boon point. The next boon point is the 4th milestone. But let's see if there's anything new on a third one. And just to summarize a carryover from week 2, there was a milestone quest that was unlocked, and as per usual, I really dislike the weekly haul being capped into a milestone event in which it offers currency. I don't know how they would rework the way the counter works, but for myself, I personally choose to migrate the milestone event into the next week. You know, keep it patient, live service game, lifestyle choices, you know. And yeah, I don't expect to hear too many things, or like to see or hear too many things. But as always, first character, audio is on. See if they're take in some of the voice samples. I do like hearing variant voice acting. Generally speaking, my voice acting ear training caters or bias towards the Eastern productions as opposed to Western, so I like to take in some of the good old Western fantasy flair. Again, not to be comprehensive, this is live, I have no prior knowledge, and as a disclaimer as well, I generally just do dailies every day for the rough Astro Diamonds, and I have not done a Demonweb pits since last week's advance run. So we'll see if we can plug up and pick up some of the tells and signs that I obviously missed on the first time around. Alright. Slightly enjoying the background of the, you know, Summerfest background music. Alright. And the first thing we're going to do is we are going to see what that milestone quest event. I typically attribute the milestone quests that gets unlocked of the week to the next week. So this would be a reflection of week 3 because of the currency overflow. So let's see what we can glean from this milestone event. It's called Stopping the Harvest, which I already accepted it actually. So let's see, we just take out some goons in this part of the in 3 parts of the map, I think. Just summoners. Do we pick up something? Do we tap something? Okay. We're supposed to stop. Oh, no, those aren't mages that we're looking for. Maybe the greater mages? Regular mages? Oh. It's a collective. Okay. So we're just taking out entire clusters. Oh, not those though. Maybe these. 25 a group. Oh, okay. 25 for the greater mage group. 10% for the lesser mage group. Fair enough. And kind of seems like 0 for the demon. Groups with demon because they're probably not. So this group is worth 25%. Adept. No, just adept and it's the highest rank in mages. 15%. Okay, and then the greater mage is 25. They're a 20%er? I imagine they're like those summoners. Summoners are not contributors. Nope. Yeah, and then this is the wraparound. I think ideally I should have picked up the daily repeatables because they overlap pretty consistently. I'll do that on the second and third tune. I imagine just leads to perhaps an introduction of a. This is not a group that qualifies. I imagine this will lead into a new weekly or repeatable. Maybe expand the repeatable by 2 groups. Like 2 variants. Select realm engine parts, but not from the proto engine. A rogue encounter. Interesting. Okay. Alrighty. We're supposed to. We're in the midst of stopping the Pega brother. This is a very interesting looking location though. I like the distortion. Am I supposed to... Can I sneak around this? Outside of this guy. Good enough? Okay. Sneak the part... Oh, the plans. And then... I think it's probably faster just to TP to entrance. Head straight. All right.
My soul is fine.
Here in House Faybranch, we strive to show the other. Nice to see Nori's faith in Neverwinter adventurers was not unfounded. With the realm engine plan secured, we should be able to start building another. Oh, this will look good for House Faybranch.
Yep. The realm engine. I wonder if this backfires. Once more into the tear.
It has come to my attention that you helped rescue Somnius.
Yeah.
One of the scholars researching the abyssal tears that had begun to open near my house. It seems that she could use your assistance in her research.
Huh. Okay. Returning dude. The person that we helped. It was I forgot the guy's name. It was one of their researchers. He had a Pretty cool sounding name. All right,
The
and then we're gonna
Navigator
pick up
district is-
the
The
weeklies, which
scholars of House
is
Bay Branch.
the abyssal hunts and the tears, and then we migrate the activity one
It is
because it
done then.
takes
You
a long
adventurers are
time.
both.
So we immediately get the 25 migrated,
so
and then we
much to
get the
do.
+5,
You look like I know it's a mess.
and then we pick up the
Managed
2
to-
repeatables.
We're still.
Right. So we migrated 35 for each tune. And sorry, migrated 30, and then you get 7 for the milestone stuff. So where is you guys in here? You are.
The darkness of the abyss could conceal the secret that will help push it back from our home. Veerice has tasked me with
Veerice
opening
is the
portals to
name.
the
Yeah,
abyss.
that's right.
There is hope that we might be able to harness some of the energies that are opening the portals and use it to power the realm engine. While we were examining one of the abyssal tears, one of our researchers, Helst Alcindar, was pulled inside the tear. You were able to rescue me from inside one of the lesser tears. Hopefully you can do the same for him.
You got that little cute little tear. Sorry, just a bit smaller. All right. Guess we just hop on in. Back in the front gate. Interesting. Let's just TP back to front gate. Oh. Okay. I might actually die here. Oh. Okay.
I don't know more.
Nah, we're fine. That was an interesting non-dodge. Hello, friends.
When the arcane fails, steel will find a way.
Uh-huh.
It seems that I have lost my way. I thank you for your help, adventurer. I should return to share my findings with the others. They should be able to make use of what I have seen during my time here.
Your name is Else? Elsindar? We're gonna call him Harry. Wait. Alright. Head back out. Yeah, this is the new one. Mm-hmm.
Speak of us in whispers.
Let's grab these repeatables. So we have injure and crystals, right? Which are stacked on top of each other. Crystals are unique, injures are superimposable. So as a reminder. Again, the daily structure in this mod is really well placed. How's this new? What is it about this time? I mean, you stopped playing this game for months, so don't know what's going on. So I've got the main character's name already, but she has a brother that they were trying to study tears, but this brother decided to mess around with a realm engine, and it started breaking abyssal tears into the abyss around Narbondilin? I don't this place, and you're basically now trying to help with studying the tear, producing and creating a proto engine that can rip a realm engine that can be used advantageously. And right this very moment, you're trying to you just retrieved a realm engine plans from the said guy, and you're gonna try to reconstruct the realm engine. The dungeon Demonweb pit, I'm not sure how that actually fits into this. There are generally the theme is demons, so all of Demonweb's pit is filled with demons that came through the abyss. I don't know where Demonweb pit is located within this location, but the theme is demonic, of demonic nature. So you have terrors everywhere, and it's a good setup for integrating all the the other assets, all the demon types into one place. So you have like Orcus makes a return. A lot of the the days of what is that called? Neverend Castle? No. You know, the one that people farm all the time. And where else is demons? Like Tomb? Some Tomb stuff? The bosses have... Man, the boss mechanics are great. So Demon's Web Pit, which we'll try to do at least one run today, just the advanced version, got some really, really fun stuff. At least personally, I think it's... Ah, I forgot I wanted to do... Am I allowed to leave the Abyssal Tear? Does that actually reset the... Oh, it does. Okay, well that's a good thing to note. It does reset the cooldown on the tears. I'll have to remember that. I prefer to just do it as a tank because I don't like healing. Anyways, let's grab all these injured mages while we're on the way. And it's stacked on top of the crystals. Alright. There should be a pair over here. Pretty sure it's the right structure. Or right. I mean left. Okay. Double. Let's speak to what's his name. Do the double turn in. There's a chance we don't need to do heroic encounters. So we'll probably migrate the heroic encounters 25 currency. Save some time for next week. So found the guy. What did we call him? Harry. We decided to call him Harry, but his name is like Helst. But still.
First you pull me back from the abyss, and now you do the same for Helst.
Yeah, Helst.
You are truly a boon to all of us. I will let Halavin know that you have been of great service.
You do that. And then we go back to the Lady of Faybranch. Forgot her name. Oh wait, it is Hellivan. Okay, yeah, Hellivan Fey branch, Lady Fey branch.
I have been informed that you freed one of Sabmir's colleagues from the Abyss, and for this you have my thanks. With the increase in the number of tears in the weave, it is clear that the boundaries between our realm and the Abyss grow weaker, and we can use all the help we can get in finding how to seal the breach.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I'm not. I don't think it's Hellivan Frey branch's brother. It's someone else, but it's someone else's brother. It might actually be her, but or one other. I think it's the lady next to her. Their names are really difficult for me to remember. But that brother did some shenanigans and basically having out of control tears everywhere. The house wizard.
I would like for you to meet with our house wizard, Zetnar. He's a wise man, and he's likely to have some information about these drow you encountered at our villa. Well, whatever remains of it. Update him on your findings. With the plans for the realm engine back in our hands, we will be able to move forward with Nori's plan to build another here within the safe house.
So here's the thing, right? It feels like this is just gonna backfire, right? I mean, what makes these people so confident that a new realm engine is a solution to the old realm engine messing up? Anyways, well, I guess we'll see. Fight fire for. When you fight fire with fire, you kind of get burned in the end.
Speak with the house wizard for Fey Branch. You found him.
All right.
Judging by your garb, you must be that adventurer everyone in Menzo Baranzan has been talking about. Don't be fooled. I certainly didn't get to be the house wizard because I have a knack for the obvious. What's that you got there? It bears the sigil of my house. Ah, Matron Hallivan has sent you? You have the plans! Sounds like you've already met with Nori and are quite abreast of the current goings-on.
Yeah, I think it's Nori. It's Nori's brother that caused all the trouble.
A wizard's work is never done, that's for sure. What is it then?
Wow, this continues. Man, this milestone thing goes pretty far.
I almost forgot. I have news for you regarding the hostile drow in the district. This group, that constant thorn in our side, has a name. They are known as the Feyon Elendar. For those not versed in the tongue of my people, it means lasting mage or enduring wizard.
Yeah, we saw some of them already.
Agents loyal to Fey Branch uncovered a mole within our house, though. Even with our most persuasive means, we only gained the name. While we begin to rebuild the realm engine, this threat to the district must be resisted. We cannot allow the Feyon Elendar to roam the city unchecked. Normally I'm not concerned with affairs such as this, but Matron Hallivan has asked everyone to assist. House Fey Branch will compensate you for your time, of course.
Wow, he's above helping, huh? You're so high and mighty, my friends.
I have been discussing the drow you saw at the site of our old villa with Hallivan. Our spies have been keeping tabs on them. We suspect they are connected to the strange new magic in the region, as they surfaced the same time it appeared. While it's an assumption, I am certain this is no mere coincidence. All of that work you did for Nori earlier has helped push back the abyssal magic for a time. This allows us to reclaim pieces of the realm engine that were scattered about by the shockwave. Those pieces will take weeks for our crafters to recreate, so we need to locate them. You'll likely need to fight your way past demons and hostile drow, but you seem up to the task.
Okay, I guess that's fair. I didn't realize, I didn't put two to two together. I guess the realm engine was destroyed due to the shenanigans and got scattered, and then now we have to collect all the things from technically the guy who caused the shenanigans and then reconstruct it in order to maybe find him. I'm not even sure if he's alive. I don't think they indicated if the dude is not like distorted or warped out of imagination. And I'm not sure if the Demonweb pits is where the the tears ultimately lead to. So not quite sure about that.
In an unfortunate turn of events, it seems some of my compatriots have found themselves trapped by demons. If someone does not rescue these mages, then our efforts here may be laid to waste. We need your help. Find these mages, defeat the demons holding them captive, and seal any abyssal doorways you find along the way. We're counting on you.
Dude, man, where's my Demon Slayer title? Come on. Come on, Cryptic. I need my Demon Slayer title. We only have demons here. We only have Devil Slayer. Come on. I know they share the creature type, but where's my Demon Slayer? Alright, actually, we might be overflowing now. That's a really long, that's an unusually long, story progress. So what, this involves just, this overlaps with a daily. Or repeatable. No, this overlaps, let's see. No, oh wait, it might still, but, huh, okay. Just find realm parts. Let's take a scout the locations. Okay, let's see how well placed these are. So far, all the repeatables and dailies are incredibly well placed. Well above average. Is it every like corner or something? It's every corner. Are they shared? I need someone to like pick it up. They might be unique to the player again, which is amazing because the vast majority of things in this in the pickup, they made it so that it's individual based as opposed to instance based. Incredible quality of life change. How many pieces? 6. So it's in a grid shape. 3x3 grid shape probably for each circle. It might be 2x2 for the smaller circles. This looks like a 3x3 or a 3x2, sorry. 3x2 or 2x2. It looks unique because that guy's clearly clearing these guys. He could be doing the... My guy, can you, my guy, come over here for a sec. Can you, like, show me that you can interact with this, please? Do it. Do it. Touch it. Touch it. Do it. Nah, that guy's just clearing for the kill thing, so we don't know if it's unique or not. But I would say it probably follows through. They're unique. So you don't have to, like, fight for it or anything like that. Or move to an empty instance. It's, I think this module is incredible in that way. Pretty much all the pickup stuff is unique. They don't get that sour feeling when it's like, oh, it's your turn, or, oh, here, you can have it, kind of thing. The little things. You know, the little things. Let's go take out some peeps quickly. We're at 62%. We want non-demon groups. There we go. Super generous too, like even the weekly haul progress. 3 weeklies right from the start. No. Rip. Nah, no. That takes too long. Not a fan. Oh. Okay. Out of combat. I mean, it was still in combat. That's pretty generous too. I wonder if those are the repeatable pulls. Just generally expect a new week to eventually add two or four daily repeatables. Let's go back. And it looks like Seal Abyssal Tears 4 is a repeatable, which stacks with the weekly. So we have probably a repeatable. He's probably the new source of repeatable, right? Generally speaking, there's often two daily repeatable givers. And she's the first. And there were 6 or 8. And then he probably just introduced 1 or 2, and it stacks with the weekly, which is excellent. That's incredibly excellent. That whole doubling up thing is a lot of dopamine.
I'm curious how you managed to carry all those pieces so easily. Do you have a bag of holding? That would certainly
7 of
explain
them,
it.
actually.
With everything in our
Or
possession,
6.
we can begin building the second realm engine. Nori will be most pleased. This will certainly look good upon House Faybranch.
Mm-hmm.
This sort of wet work isn't glamorous, but we're doing it in the best interest of the city. This Fey and Elendar group is certainly hampering our efforts here. Anything we can do to push them back is a good thing.
Yeah, and you're above the wet work, so you get other people to do your wet work. You little butthead. Alright, so third milestone, okay. So we're gonna migrate the third milestone to next week because of the weekly haul limitations. Complete the appropriate campaign step. Oh, are you telling me the tear is sequential too? That's interesting. A blue thing that's sequential? That would be a new one. So let's see. Oh, never mind. It doesn't stack. Or maybe it does. Okay, no, it doesn't. It's a separate. It's not the same as going into the abyssal stairs. And it's only one zone. So, and it overlaps with 2. It overlaps with 5 or 6 of the 8 tasks already. Oh, no, it's this one. Okay, so this one doesn't overlap with anything. So that's fair. It's these things, I think. It does overlap with one of the other milestone things. But it's not a repeatable. So this is a unique location. That's fine. It's in one region, so it's quite quick. And it's a circuit, which is wonderful. Like having circles going in circles is great. I think it feels great for pathing and whatnot. You just loop around. There's no there isn't an outlet to the south, but it loops you around to the 2 openings. Lots of grunting. Okay. Switch. All right. A sequential repeatable? That would be a new one. So let's turn this in and see if it's actually sequential. I don't think so. Generally, most repeatables are 1 step. Or it's drawn from a pool. Let's find out.
Demons are quite useful beings when they're controlled.
This is
properly.
5? Okay, so
Left to their own devices, however, they seem to cause considerable problems.
okay. It's worth the same amount as a... Oh, no. I guess this is something else. Okay, so... So this week, they introduced one repeatable for this guy. And I'm guessing this milestone will unlock the second repeatable. Then he'll have 2 pairs. And I think that's Nori that's standing next to Matron Fey Branch. They have 2 as well. So the dailies is 75, and then you do 1 trip out for 20, and then you do 1 of turn in 1, and then you carry over 3. That's insane. That's incredible. That's like if you want to migrate, you can migrate a lot on good days, and then when you don't have time, it's still within 30 minutes. All the pathing's great. Circular pathing. The tiers, you can like do the corners, and then it paths and circuits into most of the other repeatables from Nuri. Pretty sure this is Nuri, right? Yeah. Excellent. Although it didn't come back up, so the seal tear thing didn't come back up, and likely to believe this has to be refreshed into the previous one, but we'll see next week. Pretty business as usual. Oh, and yeah, the realm engine parts. Anyways, so now we have a choice how to migrate, right? We just close tears most of the time for 25. And then we migrate the heroic encounters. If you do 25, that's 83. That's 93. 93 plus 2 dailies. And then migrate the heroic encounters. So we take these. We'll overflow 2. So we grab these 2. So we're gonna migrate 35. That's quite good. Insignias are the lowest. Insignias are the lowest count. It takes the longest. Let's swap this up.
My blades are sharpened and ready.
We gotta be degenerate here. As degenerate as possible. I still have my demon web pits. Just a little stuff to speed it up a little bit. Okay. Let's grab the pairs. What else do we have? Artifacts. Artifacts are static locations. Okay, so one thing is that the insignias are everywhere. So the nice thing about the insignias is while it is a bottleneck and has a low drop rate, anything you do, you just kill along the way and they're valid targets, I'm pretty sure. Let's test that theory here. So, no, we're kind of still in the bubble, huh? Somehow I've managed to aggro the world. And I don't have Regis out, so... Is it just me, or... Are these guys being buttheads? Okay. Thank you, Regis. The other guy is Regis. Zero insignias, huh? Huh. Alright, well, we'll just get to the tears, but while we get to the tears, we can pick up the artifacts, which the artifacts are in predetermined locations, just like most of the unique executables, I mean, interactables. Which it makes it very convenient. Oh, there's an insignia, yeah. It's any drow. Which is kind of nice. The setup is really nice. The big blue circles now in this particular like update is just a suggestion most of the time. There are way more locations than I habitually went to the first tear, and I forgot that I exited out of the first tear out of habit. So I'm like running my circuit that I usually run. Or artifacts to pick up. Okie dokie. Alright. Being a little bit sluggish today, but you know, we'll make do. Artifacts. Yeah. Does this proc reliably on regular enemies? Hit me. It does. It doesn't on Abyssal, in the Abyssal tears, and I'm curious if it's because of the mod dealing self-damage. So Manticore's Bane doesn't proc appropriately in the Abyssal tears. In the Abyssal hunts. And it could be because the mod that deals at-will damage is considered a hostile source. So it's proccing on nothing. But even when it procs on nothing, generally the keyword would show up on the screen. So it doesn't. So personally, I think I can confidently file that under bugs. It's not a game breaker or anything, because I think it still works properly in Demonweb pits, but I'm gonna be paying attention to that today, since I'm familiar enough with the mechanics in Demonweb pits. So I'm gonna keep track of if Manticore's main bite is working properly. It's reproducibly not working properly in these. So in these Abyssal tears, it's not working properly. And at first I thought it might be a combination of Fanged Vice proccing, and then somehow Fanged Vice's CD cooldown is attached to Manticore's main bite, but that's not the case. Like, there's no like random crosstalk that was unanticipated. But it's this thing. When at-will powers damage the player, I have a feeling that's causing an unintentional proc that doesn't show up because the source of the target is not visible. But even then though, generally the keyword on hit shows up on your character. So here, I'll demonstrate. It's reliably not working. So whenever an enemy attacks, generally speaking, there's a little nuance to Manicore Main's Bite, right? The phrasing, these two phrasings are the same. Like Fang Vice, the proc condition, which is when the next enemy that attacks you. But often my experience is that Manicore Main's Bite does not include nondescript attacks. So they have to be like targeting you. As in, like, if it's a blanketed AoE, some blanketed AoEs don't proc this. Although, then others do. And this is the same case. But this is far more reliable. Fanged Vice keyword proc is far more reliable. I don't know if it's doing anything, because it could be proccing off of the at-will damage to self. But this does not. It is not resetting after 30 seconds. And it's inconsistent. And sometimes it doesn't happen at all. So let's see. I can probably demonstrate this. So for example, right now it should proc. After this hit. Nothing happened. So I'm not sure if you have to be in combat beforehand. So every time I hit an encounter, Fang Vice procs, right? But I'm not sure if it works because the Fang Vice keyword shows up after an encounter is used. It doesn't show up when you're getting hit because it's blue, as in it just tells you Fang Vice is active. But the Manicore's main bite does not proc, and you can tell because the chunk is around 400 plus K. So it would be visible in the change on the monster's life gauge, for sure. And it doesn't. So right now, Manicore's main bite did not happen once. That's the 4th time. So that's 4 dailies, no Manicore's main bite. It's incredibly reproducible. It's to the point where the reason why this is relevant, that time it worked. Because you saw it. I healed myself with, I forgot what this is called. Battle High. And his life bar dropped substantially. But the reason why this is relevant is because this modifier, Manicore's main bite, is actually a central feature in equipment. So I think it's foobarred a bit. So one of the pieces from a master run actually. Let's see. And it's relevant because I'm a tank player. So it's incredibly relevant. I think it's I don't think it... Yeah. So Manicore's main bite comes back again. So the upgrade of the Living Silver Fern is the Diamond Abyssal Loop. But it's not doing what it's supposed to do in many situations. And I think some of the difficulties that I had, because I'm conditioned to know exactly how much threat I'm generating, or when I generate the threat, the timing did not generate those beats. So instead, I had to take risks where I don't need to take risks. When often I could play more defensive by healing myself and substituting a stamina regen, like ignored weakness. I can't do that anymore because this is unreliable. Manicore main's bite is somehow just diminished. And I need to make sure that in Demonweb's pit, that's probably the case. If it is, then this is non-negotiable. You don't use this thing because it's just unreliable. And for me, for someone like me, I prefer it not being RNG moment. I like to be very efficient. So if my daily is gonna proc a specific proportion of threat, I deliberately use that to gauge how defensive I can be. No more, no less. I don't like being over defensive. I don't like being over offensive. right? And it's kind of a thing that I like about this game when things work. But Manicore's main bite is, for all intents and purposes, bugged. Like, and hopefully, I guess someone sees that. It might not, because it's a very minority use. I like using it because I'm a specialist when it comes to Sentinel playstyle. I'm a daily dominant Sentinel playstyle, and no, I have not met another Sentinel in my many years that plays like me. So it may be just a minor thing. And what I would do is I would just, if I know this is unreliable, right, I just substitute for something else that will help offset what this is. So then it just goes rip into pieces, right? And hope that others who use this equipment find out it's ineffective, and then they just move on. But whatever it is incredibly relevant because the keyword, the mod, is reintroduced into this. So it's a point of criticism. This specific keyword does not work consistently. For all those specialists, daily specialist tanks out there. If you don't know what I'm referring to as a daily focus tank, it's what I'm saying is probably a moot point because you're not using the tools. And this goes for the Vanguard and the Justicar. I played an AP focused, all AP focused tanking. So my style for Justicar and Vanguard are also AP focused, which then things like this is very effective, and things like this is very effective, and also relevant in terms of the gear is the new artifact set. As a tank, you can incredibly boost your team's output. As an AP tank, the Realm Engine core, which I'm guessing these pieces are coming as part of a milestone, because I don't see it anywhere else. I'm pretty sure these come as a milestone, and this is the reintroduction of the power runes, or like one of the runes, and this is the power one. I call it the power one because it's the pain giving one. So it's the plus accuracy, plus critical strike, and plus outgoing damage. It doesn't stack, but if you're an AP tank, you can keep this up nearly 80% of the time. 60 on the low end for the Vanguard, I would say. I would go as low as like 40% uptime. And then Justicar is around 60. Between 50 and 70, and Sentinel would be like close to 90% if you play like me. This rune will be placed 90% of the time around the boss, so it kind of offsets if you have a melee dominant team who is at risk being next to the tank. This kind of offsets that quite a bit, because otherwise if you're a ranged pain giver, you would have to be next to the melee tank, which usually they make up for this gap anyways because they don't have to move and shift and reposition as often. But things like this makes the tank effectively almost close the gap in contribution in pain giving. So the Sentinel, right? The Sentinel has even more. It provides physical boost at 100% uptime due to Savage Advance, and it mitigates the boss's output by 5% at 100%. So as a Sentinel, if you're an AP tanker like me, you get dailies every 10 seconds. And depending on your artifacts that your team allows you to use, you can get even quicker, but generally speaking, it's within 10 seconds. 10 seconds is the goal. So you can even do things like this, which is my degenerate I call it my degenerate DPing, the daily powering. So I'm always at plus 5% less damage taken and plus 5% more damage. So any daily oriented things all 3 tanks with enough efficiency because of the way guard provides AP on use. Guarding in between cycles or in between actions create double the AP gain for a tank. And things like this, Manticore's main bite allows you to be defensive while offensive. So generally speaking, anyone that is paired with me is commonly doing 20% more pain giving in range of me. And that is a contribution that you cannot measure just by looking at the tank's output. But in the end, I'm a degenerate tank player, so I typically front load daily damage most of the time, because Savage Advance saves me 5% damage from the source, from the boss that I'm attacking. So I'm usually within 50% of the pain givers. And then you take 20% from them, multiply by 3 pain givers, you close the gap of a single pain giver while being able to be defensive. And that's the min-max endgame tank things. But generally speaking, they're really non-essential for being successful in this game. It's just I'm just sharing a little bit about why I enjoy playing this game as a tank. You don't usually get to do most of these things in other games, which is being like a dual defensive, you get plus action, lots of plus action stuff. This Manticore's main bite is a personal favorite of mine because it's a plus action. What am I referring to as plus action? As a game theorist, right? Someone who's really into understanding what are the tiers of increasing your efficiency. Often the number 1 is how many actions per second you have. And by actions, it can be auto-procking, flurries. As long as your APM goes up, it's generally top priority. And equipment for tanks, and tanks have relatively high cooldowns. Thank you, recharge bonus, which helps with that. Your actions do not have multiplicative potential. It's very limited in its use case, and you have no like extra ways of reducing or proccing additional actions. So mods that have extra actions exponentially increases the tank's effectiveness. So things like Fang Vice and Living Silver Fern, or Tentacle Lash, or any type of summon, like back in the day, the Fairy Gauntlets that summons on daily use, even for 15 seconds with a 45-second, usually a 30-second cooldown is desirable. It's a plus action. And combat RPGs, plus action is king. Because when you do an action, you have many actions in that response. So you're always looking for plus action. And it saddens me, and it's worth a slight digression, that Manticore's main bite is not working as described. I can absolutely confirm with a shred of a doubt it is not working as described anymore. It used to work before this update. As far as I can recall, it used to work. It even still works consistently outside of everything that deal not with this region. Maybe it's an interaction, and I've been trying to figure it out because I like unequip some of these, I move things around. I even did a loadout that doesn't involve any of the recent equipment, like this piece. Just nope, just doesn't work. And I'll illustrate it again when we step into this tear here. Sometimes it works though. It's not reliable. When you have something that you're expecting to have a near 100% off cooldown uptime to a 10% uptime,
My blades are sharpened and
that hurts my soul a little bit. just quite a bit. Slight digression, but yeah, without a doubt. And I don't know if anyone knows. I met a few people that noticed, but generally, if you're rolling with me, and we're doing like the edge cases, like master runs and stuff, your pain giving has at least a 20 to 25% uptick, and the healer should have a 15 to 20% decrease in divinity usage on my tanks, and that's kind of like the goat of being a flexible tank player, where I enjoy it. I whether people notice or not, it's kind of like the thing that keeps me going in this game. It's just very unfortunate certain things don't work. Like in terms of tank and healer gear, I still have kept. I actually hoard pieces that don't work. And I'm always curious when it either unbugs itself due to spaghetti code, or they silently, it didn't make the patch notes and stuff. So there are things that are still bugged. And I tend to keep all of them. So I think this is not in the bank, but there's on the Oathkeeper in their bank, I have like 3 or 4 pieces that don't work as described. There's one piece that still gives you minus 25s to like minus 25% to a stat, even though it says it's supposed to give you that 25% stat, or like, sorry, it's minus 25% stat in exchange for plus 10% of another stat, and it just doesn't give you the plus 10%. It just subtracts 25% of the stat. So not only is the gear not giving a bonus, it is inherently making you worse. And that stat is buried. We're talking about outgoing healing here, because as a healer, it's specific. That stat is buried down here, right? It's down here. It's one of the very last stats, right? And the thing that is giving minus is, I think it was, I want to say it was incoming healing. I would have to double check. It's either incoming healing or like something like stamina regen or something. It just removes it. Gives you minus, it sets it down to like just non-existent. Nothing happens. It just doesn't work. That's the most egregious one, and that was from 4 mods ago, and it's still there. So those things, that item is not used by anyone because everyone's overcapped on outgoing healing. But if you're like someone who's tweaking around and you just happen to be that unlucky person, well, that piece of gear just doesn't work. It doesn't break the game at all. It's just very unfortunate for those who find out. For me, it's kind of humorous, but at the same time noteworthy. And that's why I'm having a little slight digression about Manticore mains, but it's not going to break anyone's experience. It's not going to change most tank players. Most tank players actually don't do plus action. I call this style is plus action AP tanking. You're looking for as many aura. You're an aura tanker. You're basically looking for anything that deals with on-hit procs, being around everything, and then people being around you. And there are a lot of it. You can actually get away with an incredible amounts. But I don't want to run masters all day long, because there are way more other like gear pieces, but they're gated behind equipment gating, and I don't want to go through that process. So it's not that tough. It's still kind of tough this time because I haven't done demon web pits, like master demon web pits, because it's also gated and it requires a piece of gear that maybe I'll get 10 weeks down the line or something. But it would be fun to experiment with these. So yeah, let me demonstrate about Manticore main fight. I mean, it could be something specific to my character, but I can reproduce it on my character. I can't say that other people will encounter the same. I've been trying to see if there's anything that's unique to my character that separates it. So right now I've done 2 dailies so far, and no Manicore main, but this will be daily 3. And he's obviously, this guy has a tracking attack, so that didn't proc it. So that's 3 dailies down. Yeah, so this guy has a tracking melee strike, so it doesn't actually even do anything. Like, what I mean is it can't miss. Yeah, see, there's no procs. So this guy procs it 0 times. I wonder how far this goes. Does this include all types of thorn damage, on-hit thorn damage? I just feel that in general, on-hit mechanics for the tank role, like any tank that wants to absorb hits and reflect damage, I'm pretty sure if I had to voice some concerns, any form of deflect damage that deals with on-hit for a tank, I think those are probably going to be inconsistent. Just on-hit, getting on-hit or being targeted, all of that is giving diminished returns. So, why is this important in my opinion? Well, tanking, often when you pull people, there's a lack of tanks because there's a lot of times, yes, you can say, oh, you just get good, and then you circumvent all the things. But inherently, what's also making that barrier much, much harder, like maintaining threat, initiation threat, all that stuff, is that sometimes the gear is underperforming too. Like, it's haphazard. Most of the stuff that they are actively, Cryptic is actively designing on-hit things that benefit tanks, like getting hit for more than 15% of your maximum HP. It's an on-hit proc, but does it actually work consistently? I don't think so. Like things like this, like back in the Dragon Hunt day, whenever you get damage from more than 15% of your maximum hit points in a single blow, I think in my opinion, these mods are great. They're great in design to increase the plus action of a tank. For example, this is a plus action because a tank doesn't have to use an action to get the buff. The tank doesn't have to respond in an open. If this was a full combat RPG game, you would have to hit a button within a window of receiving the damage to create the action. But these are on-hit things, so it's a plus action mod. But these plus action mods, I am not convinced that things, if even Manicore's main bite can just randomly, it has a predetermined trigger and it's an active trigger. So a lot of the passive triggers might be inconsistent too. So here you have a bunch of tank players who feel like they're getting sturdier, or like there are things mandatory damage, but they're farming for gear that would inherently increase their effectiveness only to decrease their effectiveness. And it has a lot of noise. It's so much noise to the point that I'm not convinced that the heartache and the problematic stigma of being a tank player is entirely in the player's control. It might actually be just being bamboozled by inconsistent on-hit mechanics. There are so many on-hit mechanics now, and it's great. I love that Cryptic is making these things, but those things are not consistent enough to the point where when a tank slots out something like this, like an electric collar, you might be saying like, why are, like mod 13 is calling kind of things, like, but this is consistent. this is always up. If I substitute for something like the Tentacles Wrap, I don't even know if Tentacle Lash is doing what it's supposed to. It's too hard to know. When anything that deals with when you are struck is inconsistent for an object that's being struck constantly. So we're not talking about pain givers. Pain givers get struck occasionally, and occasionally you can't see the void, or like the, I would call it like a refractory period. Basically a period when it gets procced and it can't be procced again even though you're getting a lot of procs. Like for example, a cooldown like Manticore's main bite, 30 seconds. But technically a lot of enemies keep targeting you. They continue to check for this conditional, right? Sorry, I'm thinking about it more from a CS perspective. So when you set up a conditional, right? A script of conditional, if the trigger keeps triggering and something is processing and constantly checking if it's true or false, like the state. So you hit a trigger, it checks for the cooldown. If the cooldown is true, it defaults and returns to 0. It keeps checking. But I think there's an upper limit to this. Something is creating confusion in which when you get hit, you're getting checked for a lot of things on your character, and some of them don't trigger anymore. So what I'm fearing right now, or not fearing in a way of a more of a quality control thing, if you're a tank that likes to be a thorn tank, right? Basically, let me just stack all the on-hit effects on me. So I run around being invincible and watch the mobs glue onto me and deal damage to themselves because you're invulnerable. You're a thorn tank. You have thorns or burn, right, on hit. I don't think all of them are triggering successfully. And it's to the point where some triggers sometime because another thing's active, and then if this thing's active, that thing can't trigger anymore. So there's crosstalk, in my opinion, in the code. I mean, like, I'm not sure how their conditionals are checked, but there is a clear crosstalk somehow. So if someone can show me, if there's another person that can show me that their setup, things like on hit like this, after use case, can trigger consistently, then there's crosstalk. As in, something I'm wearing, something about my character has crosstalk and is causing interference. So it's causing a nulling effect. Like if something is always up, something else cannot trigger anymore. And I think it's a big deal, and it could offset the quality of life of tank players. And it's very relevant because they're constantly designing, and I love it personally. They're constantly contributing some gear to get plus action for tanks, like on-hit gear. Lots of on-hit gear is great, like on-hit as in getting struck by an enemy. But something is going on. It's really weird, and it's preventing things from happening. It's really unfortunate. And there's another angle to this. Maybe it's because my tank is stacking too many on daily use items, and maybe because I have so many on daily use items, they're cross-talking in that way. So for example, Manticore's main bite might be overlapping with the electric collar, and I tried testing these, but I can't find any form of pattern to it. So the goal is, I'm trying to see if you have multiple things synced with a single trigger conditional, maybe getting hit, right? You can have like 6 different pieces of gear, and the trigger point is on hit. And you have 6 instantly, but only some of them proc, like 2 of the 6, right? So that's what I'm talking about, cross-talking. And dailies are happening too. I think if you have 3+ certain ones If you use a daily, it doesn't proc all of them. It only procs some of them. And that's the only thing that I can observe. I have no idea what the explainer is in like a technical form, but it greatly hurts any role that has limited actions, which is basically non-pain giver role. Pain givers have so many actions. You can proc something repeatedly, even if it's not procced. So for example, when you hit something, right? When you strike something, well, you strike something so much, if it didn't do it the first time, like say you have 6 different on-hit procs, 3 of them go off, but in the very next millisecond, the other 3 will go off anyways, because you strike so much. The conditional is on you. But for the opposite, those conditionals are linked to single actions. So if a tank initiates with a daily, you bet your butt losing 4 of the 6 daily triggers wipes out like 40 to 60% of your initiation plans, and immediately you get hate for it when it's out of your control. And then it reinforces a huge stigma over and over again. So I'm not convinced that the average tank is struggling simply because of a lack of merit and practice. I actually think as the game continues to pile on single triggering, they're just not activating at all. And on the one hand, it's great to have options. On the other hand, my personal take is if you have on-hit effects, you probably are better limiting them to 2, because it's very inconsistent with 3. 1 falls out. In fact, this case, I'm a little scared because I only have 2 on-hits, but these 2 are on daily use, and this somehow disappears. The effect just evaporates. I have no idea what's happening. And this has not happened for 5 mods until this mod. So it's relevant specifically to whatever happened this mod. It's super interesting. I wouldn't say I'm particularly upset, because if you're someone who played as long as I have, you just swap out things and work with it. Thanks, Tux. But yeah, you could call this more of a stacking effect. So Cryptic recently, in the last patch, which is part of this week's update, technically, removed the stack perk for swordsman perk and the range perk, right? The snipers perk. And I think in the scheme of trying to not get stackables, like stackable procs, this stuff probably also got an axe. So like things that if you have 3 or 4 on daily use procs, it might have accidentally hit a null somewhere where like, oh, you can only have 1 daily proc and you have to do the daily 4 times within the window to get all 4 unique daily procs to go off, is my hand wavy gunshot of maybe that was unintended, but it is happening. And I have 2 on hit procs, right? The condition is to get struck, but only one of them occurs, and it's the one that's more frequently available. So when Fang Vice is up, is my thought, Manicore's main bite gets superseded somehow every once in a while. So if I unequip this and equip something else and have these 2 overlapping, Manicore's main bite still just kind of disappears every once in a while. This hasn't been the case. Like, since, not this specifically, but if you had the old Cholt thing, the hat, the headpiece, which also there was a headpiece in Dragon's Hunt, and then you like at the collar, it didn't conflict or anything. But in this very case, somehow I have reproducibly, without doubt, 80% of the time, this mod doesn't work at all. And I actually think this mod only shows up, but it doesn't actually do anything. So I am not convinced yet. So now you're just spending time investing in gear, and it's like, I don't even think it works. So that's kind of my take on the gear thing. I like the gear design on paper, though. I'm really happy that they're constantly trying to make more plus action stuff. Plus action is like my jam. Every time I see a plus action mod, I think about what shenanigans you can stack on it. So as an AP tank, so if you have an AP tank style, for those who know, I don't have to explain it. On daily, like on struck mixed with daily proc is incredible. It's such a high spike. It's so high that on scaled content, you have half the offensive stats of a pain giver and you can close the gap. In fact, the better you do, the harder it is to catch up to your pain giver's equivalent. But you technically take 20 to 30% of that pain giver's contribution because your daily procs are providing a plus 20% overhead on your pain givers. I mean, obviously, if you're really concerned about how effective you are, you can try to create a comparison, like plus aura, minus aura. And sentinels don't actually have a natural aura, but the gears can provide a natural aura. So you run around basically just providing auras over and over again. Like your mount power provides an aura. You can even go super ham and do stuff with probably equip power, even companions. So tanks are the role of is incredibly superior for a tank to run auras and daily boosting. I just don't think any of those things really work most of the time anymore. Like this is the first time in a long while that I love the gear, but I can't trust the gear. The gear just doesn't work appropriately, and this type of TLC is irrelevant. Tank success is so nebulous. Like, what is a tank's contribution to the game, like to the success of the game, is not focused on how well other roles do because of the tank. It's usually more focused on what the tank is doing and how the tank is doing. But that's really not the difference, in my opinion, and it takes a very long tank player to really know and spot the difference. Like if I'm in a pain-giving role, it's blatantly obvious what the tank is contributing and not contributing. Like if you're playing like me, like here, you're trying to do all three roles at the same time, you might understand what I'm talking about. But motion, aura, and passive is incredible in this game. It's why I still play this game as a tank. It's incredible rewarding. It's to the point where what people don't know makes it even more fun. Hey coffers. Let's see if we can get, I don't know if Manticore's main light went off. Let's see if we can get a proc here. Manticore's main bite lasts a really long time, by the way. Like, so even if it looks like the guy's not hitting me, it lasts a really long time. Like outside of this region, the window is gigantic. So like I haven't seen a proc yet. Like I took that full face value and still didn't see a proc. update that procced, but he didn't even attack me. Like, the boss didn't even attack me. Like, what did that proc off of? Did that proc off of poison? Did it even hit the boss? It did hit the boss, by the way. So I can confirm it because these hunts have a health bar, so it's very useful here. That's why I'm using this particular situation. But you wouldn't be able to know without a health bar what it's proccing off of. And I can tell you that almost for certain that Manticore's main bite and anything on hit can be procced by an enemy that doesn't exist. As in, if it is coded and the source of damage is somehow like ascribed to an object, even if it's outside of the actual playing field, it does proc those on hit effects. So sometimes you see that proc, but the damage could be lost. It's just like gone. It's gone to a source that is invulnerable, or it soaks up the damage, or even a shield can, like a shield's deflect source can proc it, which goes nowhere. But it's not ascribed to the boss's HP, right? So there's some crazy little things like that, and you could call it a skill issue or knowledge issue, which to me it would benefit someone like me, but I don't. Like, what I mean is, if I knew that was happening, I would avoid it, right? So I wouldn't use certain equipment during a boss fight. There are very specific boss fights that I know that still, to this day, inappropriately triggers certain things, so I just swap out the equipment. That's just a benefit, I guess, of knowledge. But it sucks when you're not a person who likes to do these things. If you're a person who likes explicit instructions and intuitive design, like based on descriptions, that's not the case, and you might actually be performing below efficiency without you even knowing, which kind of sucks. It's kind of like I don't know, I'm low-hanging fruit analogy. It's like buying an iPhone not knowing that you have to buy Apple ecosystem to make the iPhone work well. You basically bought something, but it doesn't enable you to do anything because you didn't follow up and putting in more resources. Like, to make this effective, some people might look at this as like, oh, hey, that's a great initiation tool. I'll just daily my way into a boss fight, and little did you know, you just assume it works, but 80% of the time when you initiate, it doesn't give you back anything. You could have equipped anything, like 1% plus of anything, and it would be plus this. So it kind of sucks, in my opinion, if it affects those people. Offers, are you screwing up your PC again? What's wrong with you? Your audio balancing on your OBS is whack. I can hear you so well at 6% with Twitch compressor on, but in my VOD, everything is so much more quiet. You're gonna have to show me that later, Coffers. That's weird. Wait, are you saying it's on my end? Or are you saying you're having a software related issue? You're gonna have to show me. You'll have to show me later. Unless you're telling me it's happening right now, like on my end. Because I could check really quickly. I don't think there's anything weird on my end at the moment. But you can never know. Windows Update do be messing with everything a lot of times. Whenever there's a Windows Update, the last 2 times a Windows Update happened, I forgot that it messes up, it reallocates the audio settings and went like 15 to 20 minutes with some talking to a muted mic. So I'm always kind of paranoid about that. So yeah, let's try again, right? Like, I'm gonna go and see if I can proc Manticore's main bite. And this boss has an auto tracing attack, so it's guaranteed to proc. because it will target you. See, nothing happened. I've already used my daily on that hit. So nothing happens. It just doesn't work anymore. And I know what the icon for the Trobriand's artifact is. It's Trobriand's ring. You could see in the top left. It's the first icon. So that is proccing properly. And then you can see the Fang Vice grip show up at least every 10 seconds. So at least it's imparting the buff. Is it doing anything on hit? I'm gonna actually say no. It's probably not doing anything on hit. I actually think a lot of the on hit things don't work. It would be great to have internal QC on having multiple, like theoretically, someone. I'm not a bootstrapper. I like playing my video games, so I'm not here to QC anything. So I make deal with whatever. Like if it was a QC thing, I'll work around it, right? But internal reviews, if there's someone hired to do these reviews, it would be great to have someone who has a control over character creation, or like something, have a character load multiple daily, load overlapping active triggers and see if there's crosstalk. So, because I have to acquire these gear, which I'm not going to, because like there are so many, I can see, there are so many other things. Like I haven't done Master Temple of the Spider enough to do any of these tests, so I'm not going to. It's very unrealistic for me. And Master Demonweb's pit has multiple overlapping active procs. So any person who has, if they want to do like a separate project, have overlapping procs where the proc source and a proc condition is the same, and stack them and see if you can actually confirm that all of them happen on the singular trigger. I don't think they do anymore. And I think it's largely due to the way the logic works behind trying to remove stacking things. Because like we know how crazy pain giving has become recently, where a proc inappropriately procs another thing and it creates a multiplicative effect, right? It keeps feeding back on each other. So in an effort to prevent exponential scaling, I think active triggers have also become a victim. And that's unfortunate because tanks are like on hit stuff and on use stuff, like big use stuff like daily powers. They can't scale exponentially. They have one action. So it's all or none. So when my daily fails to get its full value, I lose 80% of my effectiveness. I still succeed by losing 80% of my effectiveness. So it's a moot point. Most people would say, oh, but you still succeed, right? You still live and stuff, because there's no metric to show how you're overperforming from a support role. How much are you overhealing? People don't talk about that. If you're overhealing, it's good enough. If you're healing just right, it's good enough. That's it. But some gear actually make you heal less. You overheal less. That means you have less wiggle room. So when you're practicing on advanced dungeons or normal dungeons and you transition into a non-scaled master dungeon, that wiggle room evaporates. It goes from, where did all my excess gear did? Yeah, like where's that performance at? To, I feel like if I remove gear, I'm performing better, because some gears legitimately remove effects. It interferes with effects. So it's almost to the point I would encourage players for now to not have overlapping procs. So like if you have 4 on-hit effects, pick your favorite on-hit effect. Pick your most effective struck effect. Pick your most on daily use effect. Pick your favorite on counter effects. If you have more than one, there's no guarantee from my experience that you can stack them. And my playstyle has often been trying to do funny things like this. This is my, my Slayer AP tanking thing that I prefer, so then I can just like turn off my brain and just sit there and womp through everything without using healing items or repositioning or something. But all of these are unique outside of the one that I'm telling you, the Manicore's main bite, which overlaps with 2 and is creating a crosstalk interference. So maybe I'll find something else that doesn't require an on-hit effect or getting hit kind of thing to maximize the effectiveness. But I would definitely, at the moment, if there isn't like a comment or anything, just anecdotally, I would avoid stacking singular active triggers that you control. So find as many variances as possible, like on at-will use, with an on encounter use, with an on daily use. If you have 2 encounter use that you really, really like, I would probably challenge you to prove that both of them are actually activating as quickly as they should be activating. Specific encounter. At will is pretty non-issue because at will is pretty rapid enough. That's okay. But I can think of a few situations where it hurts and healers get hurt by it. The at will encounter, like things that boost at will, like when they heal with at will, those actions don't happen very often. And if you are creating things that can take advantage of that creates a healer, I can think of only one example right now, and I'm sure it will happen in the future where your at heal heals get 15% more beneficial on some sort of proc use, and then it overlaps with something else and you basically get 0. If not, it might actually make it worse because it causes you to favor a play style that makes all your divinity more inefficient. So it basically indirectly makes the healer less successful. And most of these things deal with limited action characters. So all your tanks, all your healers, sorry guys, to me, I actually think on average, even the newest tanks and the newest healers are the more inexperienced healers, they are having to perform way beyond what their gear is telling them to. Like the gear I think a lot of the gear has overlapping triggers that don't actually work, or they work but they don't work at the same time. So you would have to, like, if you have 2 triggers of an at will thing, at will twice, don't at will once, assuming that one at will is going to trigger both the effects. It might trigger one of the effects, so you're stuck there at willing twice. I don't have to tell you as a healer that if you have to at will twice to get 2 triggers, you might as well not have either of them and only at will once when you need it. Because if you're forcing yourself to overheal, that second one will exponentially drain you. Same goes to the tank. If you miss one action, you've already missed your window for like 10 seconds. You miss something, you don't have another action for another 10 minutes that's effective. As effective as the one you're leaning on. And we're even talking about hard taunts now. If they make like stuff about gaining more threat when you get hit or something, all that stuff's probably not even working. Like for example, you have no way to confirm if your roll proc, right? If your roll tank is you generate 15% more threat. Threat is generated on hit. Anything that deals with threat is generated on hit. There are no rolls, unlike the tank, that requires an on hit to use plus threat bonuses. You have no idea if it's working. So if you have 2 of these, say it's relevant because the gear, right? I haven't done Master Temple of the Spider, so I have no idea. But the helmet, you generate 15% more threat. If you have this equipped, right? If your role is tag, you generate 15% more threat. You have no idea if it's generating 30% more threat on hit. You might just be generating 15%. Or if you hit frequently enough, you might be generating 15% staggered threat. And depending on your playstyle, if you dailied, it gets reduced effectiveness. You might as well replace one of these sets, get more damage, and you would get more off your single action. Because you don't get multiple actions to keep up multiple procs on hit. It's worth mentioning that in this game, to generate threat most of the time is, in my opinion, considered an on-hit effect. So, how many on-hit effects do you have as a tank? Because sometimes they're not working. They're just nullified, in my opinion. And there's no way to prove it. So I can't even say if I'm accurate or not at all. You can't prove any of this except look at your overall performance over time. And to me, I don't think it's working. My last and first run of Advanced Demonweb, I tried this for the first time, the plus 15% threat thing, and I don't think it's working. It might even actually underperform. So what I'm saying is there's something I'm wearing that isn't applying this effect anymore. So I must have an on-hit. I do have several on-hit effects. I have 4, I think, on-hit effects. So in any of those, I would have to mix and match them to see if any of them are not interacting with this. And that's kind of the weirdest thing. So I don't know. Just a slight digression, but it's nuances like that. It actually makes the game very interesting, but at the same time, it is a point of criticism. Like, I don't mind having to swap out gear and there's a little trial and error and stuff. It kind of makes it less predictable. That's kind of fun. But it's only fun when it's not interfering with your success. So if I had to put my shoe, be wearing the shoes of the person who's barely making by on like master runs and whatnot, it's a terrible experience. Because you would spend days trying to get something. Oh yeah, this is great. And little did you know, you made your loadout worse overall. Like, they underperformed even more because they thought it was a great idea to overlap effects. Because they don't overlap anymore. Even though they have different keywords, they don't overlap because on hit is not it's not unique. What I mean is not unique to the keyword, is unique to the proc. So if you have 4 on hit things, I don't think they stack anymore. Or some of them, like weirdly, whatever, oddly, some of them stack and some of them don't stack. And it's absolutely irrelevant most of the time and incredibly untraceable as a pain giver because you have so many sources and 90% of your things are on hit. Like 90% of pain givers things are on hit, but they hit so rapidly, all the stuff has uptime properly. It's only noticeable when you have not enough triggers. There are bosses that don't hit that frequently either. Like, these are great examples. Like, these are incredibly great examples right here. So it really accentuates how inconvenient or terrifying this is. It can make or break your experience. So I did Manicore's main bite, right? 0 proc. No proc. Didn't do anything. And I was thinking maybe it's because I'm guarding. No proc at all. It's not even there. It's gone. Like, just nothing happens. To give you an example, of how much that is, I can clear these things just as fast if that actually worked reliably, but it didn't. As fast as on a Blade Master. But no, it's not. It basically just gimps me completely. So the only thing I do is I swap over to a ring that gives bonus damage to dailies, and the only one you have is 10%. A Manicore main's bite is more than 10%. It's a full value of a daily. It's like, to me, it's 1800 magnitude. That's well over 10%. Not even close. 10% of 1800 magnitude is not equivalent to another 1800 magnitude attack every 30 seconds. Not even a contest. So I basically get gimped. And how does that translate to team play? Every time I initiate, I lose over like 50% of the threat generated out of my first 4 actions. So then what do you get? You get pain givers who just bum rush, and they have enough on-hit procs that supersede any tank. And what I mean by supersede any tank, I mean inherently, if you both start at the same time, what really catches the tank is they weave heart taunts, but I don't use heart taunts. Now I do, because Manicore's main bite doesn't do anything anymore. So that's what I did in the last Demonweb advance run. Like, just doesn't work. And I'm pretty sure this helmet doesn't work either. So neither of these work, because in my last run it was so low. Like, the thread generation is like, I think I was generating 40 to 50% less threat. Like, it was very noticeable. It still wasn't a problem because the overhead is great. Like, if you're good enough and experienced enough, but I'm not talking about myself here. I'm talking about like anyone who like is really casual or maybe even defensive. Any player that is too defensive is not going to make the cut. And they basically, they're hamstrung into taking risks. And when you take risks, you get paralyzed in Demon's Web. And then when you get like petrified, you're dead. There's so much more concerns with the quality of life. So yeah, so like I'm confident that Manicore main bite doesn't work. So I typically just swap over to 10%, like this ring here. Where is it? That's why I have so many gear pieces in my bag all the time. Yeah, so I just swapped to Wayseeker to get 10% more. It's still no 100% value of a daily. Imagine telling a pain giver that they lose 50% of their strongest attack. It would get a lot of attraction, like a lot of attention, and it'd probably get patched at least relatively reasonably. But for a tank, no, not really. It doesn't hinder success too much. So, and I admit it didn't really hinder success either. Just, it also doesn't mean it's working properly. So while I was on that topic, it is ascribed to this mod. However, it's still an ongoing thing. So I don't think I'm gonna say it heavily affects the quality of this mod, because the stuff that I'm describing has been on my attention since I played this game from the beginning. This type of stuff happens to a lot of games when there are too many overlapping triggers, and it can happen, and it's very understandable. So it's worth mentioning these things because it takes a lot of internal quality control, like a lot of QCing to figure out what's happening. Because as your game continues and you're producing more and more overlapping effects, a lot of times code can have crosstalk, and crosstalk is easier to see in action, but it's incredibly difficult to diagnose from a coding standpoint. So I am not saying this is going to be trivial. I'm just demonstrating something that isn't even difficult to trigger. A lot of times bugs and crosstalk code happens every once in a while, but this is nearly 100% of my playing experience. I don't even have to try to demonstrate the bug. It's not like I'm going out of my way to experience the bug. It's not even an exploitable bug. You know, like, it's almost 90% of my gaming experience. And it could be 90% of a lot of players' gaming experience. But without knowledge, they wouldn't know that they're working harder. Right? Like, say, if you're making money, right? But someone is skimming off 10% of your effect or your effort, or maybe like even 60% of your effort to make it a little bit more relevant. But if you know you're getting paid more as you're working more and you're getting a pay raise, you wouldn't know that a large chunk of your resources is contributing to the success of someone else, right? So that's kind of the thing. The whole like working hard is great and admirable, but working smart and hard is kind of a big deal, especially when the thing I'm describing is a large majority of my experience. Like these fights are 2 times longer than they should be. And I still prefer it this way because it's low danger. It's incredibly low danger, and I don't have to heal. Like, I don't have to use consumables. So I still do it this way. And it is my choice. So I'm not complaining about it. It's great that I can do this, actually. I'll just have to find gear that doesn't rely on hit procs anymore for the time being. I'll still collect the gear, a lot of on like getting struck gear. I just won't use it, just like all the other pieces that I've collected that haven't really fixed. And then when they become obsolete or they power creep up, I delete the older version to alleviate inventory space. But as I guess maybe a public service announcement for anybody who's ever interested in playing a tank in this game, I guess, or a healer, I would not, just healers, support roles, so only healers and tanks. I would not overlap active triggers. For pain givers, it's irrelevant. Like, pain givers just roll, like, you have so many actions. Your APM is so high, it's not an issue. You might see like a loss of like a 1 second uptime in a single encounter or something, and then the boss encounter you might lose like maybe 5% efficiency. For APM, it's not really going to rip your experience. But a tank initiating and immediately losing threat, even though they've stacked 45% threat bonus, and then forced to follow up their cycle on a hard taunt, and the only thing that really actually worked was just have all your goobers go in and slap the boss really hard and hit one Harton to have the same effect, then you're doing a lot of extra work for a lot of nothing. And you wouldn't even know it. Because most tanks cover their butts. They rotate into a Harton. So you use the initial burst, look at it, and then Harton as follow as a blanket, a safety net. And up to this point, I've used 0 safety nets because the overhead on the tank's procs and gears work properly. So my overhead was like 300% on initiation. So even if a pain giver and a tank go at a boss at the exact same time, you would still have almost a 300% overhead. Now you cut that in half. And then sometimes you get 0, like 180% of it is at least due to an on-hit effect. So you just cut all of that, and anyone who's slightly outscaling you can just rip you, like rip the boss right off you. So instead, you do what everyone else does and put a Harton at the end of your rotation. This is excluding the tanks who initiate with hard taunts or do double hard taunts, where they start with a hard taunt, encounter, and end with another hard taunt. Those are like the safest approach. Those are like the meat shield guys, where their APM is not to generate threat, but to just attract the attention, do the polling, right? And then the rest, they get the benefit of, well, I just get slapped. I use a lot of mitigation. I don't speed up the boss fight. I'm not a contributor to the boss fight in that way. So that's fair. That's a fair game. And if that's the archetype that I have to play to be successful, I'll do it. And that's what I'm doing right now. Because those broken effects or effects that aren't working are not useful. So that's just it. Feels bad, man. A Doom meatball? Are you talking about the really fat thing? Maya has always been pretty quiet. I just suck at balancing. Oh, you mean the... Yeah, fair enough. Your audio stuff. Yeah, well, anyways. That's worth mentioning. That's the stuff that I see every day right now. Since this mod, I see it every day because I prefer to do Abyssal Tears a Resident Sleeper style, which is basically just sit here and grab as many things as possible and just like go into the Abyssal and then just do the dance around the boss. Certainly it's not as fast, but it's incredibly safe and no need to even pay attention. Alright. It was a perk of being experienced, but now it's a bane. All puns intended. It has become, it has legitimately ended up being a bane in my playstyle. So it went from something that I rely on, which is great, but it has become a crutch, right? So now it's a crutch. Or it's a bane, it's a crutch that became a bane. So now my experience is very similar to probably the vast majority of people who have to tank. So that includes Justicar. The only time this is relevant to the solo playing experience is Justicar, because a paladin doesn't have a DPS paragon, and it does affect the paladin, but luckily the paladin has a different outload. So now I have an encounter heavy. I usually have, instead of having an on hit blend with Justicar, it's a encounter based trigger. So the stacking encounter based trigger is on top of an on hit, so there's only one like on hit effect for the Justicar. So it's you know, I didn't see a performance change in that regards. The Sentinel and the Vanguard would suffer quite a lot. Luckily, though, even the Vanguard, the workaround is a Dreadnought, because a Dreadnought can block, right? So it's perfectly fine, too. You can still use the same type of... I can still transition the same type of play style into the Dreadnought, which basically makes the Dreadnought an overperforming crutch for my playstyle. And it's a very fringe case. I think I don't particularly feel confident that I would say my playstyle is the dominant playstyle. It's probably not. It rarely is. So I'm not representative of anything. But I do notice things that don't work, but they're kind of low priority. Like Manticore's main bite, pretty low priority. So, if the next patch suddenly says something about on hit effects being inappropriately cross-talking, I will know that either there's a brother out there that has some incredible influence, or someone was kind enough to throw me a bone, because it really does mar the experience. I still love this mod though. This mod is fantastic so far. It's well above average. It's so... I'm not... It's so... such a quality of life improvement that it's hard for me to not think... it makes me question if it was intentional or not. Because it's pretty great. I think the design language is great. While we're doing week 3, it looks like week 3 is like week 2. So this is probably like a 5 out of 10 week. Pretty much average. No, maybe a 6. Maybe a 6. Because the repeatable, the presumable new character that's offering the repeatable, and the string is good overlap too. So I think we're leaning on a 6 now. Like, the design remains consistent. And then they added presumably 2 more repeatables at some point down the line. And some quick milestone credit. So that's still above average. I don't think there's anything else. And then the insignia is still a bottleneck, but nothing to really be concerned about. Yeah, like this is my preferred way of playing Barbarian. I'm a little biased, but the Blade Master holds very little to the Sentinel. It's one of the various rare cases that I would say, without a doubt, if you can command the Sentinel, that's the way. It has very few weak points. And the biggest weak point is its gear dependency. So having to understand these gear mods and how they work is very much a skill issue for a Sentinel player. It's part of the whole package, and I like it that way. I like that the whole it feels when you're building a Sentinel, you're required to be competent in most of the aspects of the game. So that's why I still main my Sentinel most of the time. Blade Master can get away with just stacking on hit effects. I mean, it's a pain giving class, so on hit effects, know your rubber banding, your dodge window, right, on your sprint. Those are like some of the nuances, but you can ignore a lot of the other nuances of the game, being a pain giver, and more like become a specialist on your mechanics. Nice. So is Muck nice? Do you like the game, Muck? We need to go and migrate, So now we have one last weekly. So we have to migrate the heroic encounter weekly. Let's go over here. We gotta get on task because now my my efficiency has gone down the poop chute. Because I digressed it, but it's fine. Okay. Alright, so we go to this bonfire and then we just sit here and wait for protocols. I see a 6. Go to 6.
All Regis is here to save the day.
Yep.
What did you hear?
Hello there, strangers. It's fun. It's kind of like Minecraft and feels like a roguelike with its random power-ups. Fair enough. So you mean Valheim. I was gonna switch something.
We need to get this prototype working. Clear the area of hostiles first.
Whatever. I'm pretty sure I can just tank this for the guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. It only takes one tank. One competent tank to do this. Let's go. This is why I prefer to be on a sentinel. It doesn't reduce any of my anybody around's effectiveness at doing pain giving if you just sit here. You can be just as effective single target, so. And you can always heal yourself. You have the equivalence of endless health stones if you manage properly, or get like sniped out of nowhere somehow, and then have to use a health stone because your ability didn't proc. That's still one thing. Blood Fury does not have a proper hit, like a visual to hit radius that's accurate. So that Blood Fury only hit like one target there, and I needed at least 4 targets to fully heal myself again. And it didn't happen. So that's why my health dropped down to 10%. Yeah, your Blood Fury in all of these cases are a health stone. So as long as you keep your other 2 encounters up, even with no mitigation gear, right? You can still heal up completely over and over again. As long as you have aggro, obviously. Which feeds into the whole, like, Manicore's main bite not doing its thing and whatnot and all that stuff. All the on-hit effects might not be working, so, yeah.
There we go. Now collect those pots.
I'm another game I wasted money on to never play. Wait, what do you mean you never played it? What do you mean you wasted money on? You actually bought Valheim? Why don't you play with the ring, you know? I mean, if the run, Valheim runs are definitely not short, you know? So it's not exactly like that. That game muck that you're describing is certainly a lot shorter
Mages can work
in
on
scope.
repairing
It might get longer in scope, but over time, with more degrees of freedom, but
Use the engine.
it does sound like more of a run-based thing. We're just collecting all the ads because I'm sure most people are competent enough to dodge the demon, but not well enough to avoid all the other ads. Poor guys. They just get whomped. Gotta avoid that melee swipe.
The demon is weakened.
Okay, cool. That guy just immediately yells
Quick,
plus portal.
use the engine.
Proto. We gotta do that 2 more times.
All right. The prototype works.
I haven't heard that dialogue, so I was just gonna. Alright, since we're going into bootstrapping mode, right? We are going to swap over audio. I almost want to keep the audio up for the Demonweb bits run, because I want to hear if there are any audio cues. But typically I don't use audio cues. I like visual cues quite a bit. So let's switch over to some tunes before we continue completing our weekly hauls on the other 2 tunes soon. Let's just go with our basic tavern music, which only reminds me of Cross the Obelisk. Oh, I don't know if I can find like Twitch safe stuff. The reason why I need Twitch safe stuff is hot take. I lost like 2 or 3 months worth of VODs for a different project because of the way Twitch can't handle their own muting algorithm. And I tried, and all they did was say like, I don't know if we can communicate with you, but we can't recover these things. Once they're lost, they're lost. It's like, well, you lost them. So I still have yet to figure out if there's a efficient way of avoiding some of that without, you know, investing in several $1000s into my own personal NAS or something. I'm not going to do that. It's a hobby. I like posterity recording, but not that much. Let's see. If any of those buzzwords mean anything to you, you'll probably know what I mean. If they don't mean anything, that's perfectly fine. I don't want to belabor people with my background, production, workflow issues. But let's just say it's not trivial to me. I think a lot of people just wing it. I like to know when things don't work as intended. I like to investigate. It takes, to me, it's mostly always worth trying to help people out. Even if it is a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, you know? That's an over-exaggeration. 15? I like contributing in any way. Oh, I already started. And I don't particularly go hard on the whole bite the hand that feeds kind of mentality, as opposed to help the hand that feeds so it feeds me better kind of thing. I prefer to teach the hand to feed me better than to bite it. instead of using negative reinforcement, more constructive and productive reinforcement. So figuring out things that don't work, being persistent about it in a very understanding way is far more productive than whining and feeling entitled, which I can tell you that I spent 5 months passively updating if I can find any more information about why those VODs just evaporated out of thin air. I mean, just evaporated completely. And it does have to do with muted audio segments. So I tried my best to avoid that for the time being. It's irreparably lost on its generation. So not only can you not circumvent it, it's gone. It's just gone. So I can't account for a project that I worked like 3 to 4 months on for posterity. I'll just have to tell people, you just have to believe me. I did it. I'll cover it another time. I'm not all for, I'm all for the idea that others may not find value in in most of the things that I do, but they have value to me. So losing that, having a product assurance of something that was intended to work, that's typically where I draw the line. So I try my best to point that out. But the person just felt like it was an automated response that constantly say like, my hands are tied. It's like, I don't blame you. You're not the technician, right? And then they keep saying, well, I relayed the technician. They said at this time they can't do anything. It's like, well, I'll check back in a month, then another month. And eventually after like 5 months, they're like, I'm sorry if I gave you the impression that they would eventually fix this or try to remediate it or explain why it happened so I can avoid triggering it. They just simply say, if we gave you the false impression, it's gone. That's it. I'm like, okay. So the support didn't even had no way of relaying any form of like, can I avoid this? Is there something, what can I do to not do this? So at least I know with enough evidence that it deals with muted chats. So I will attempt to be as careful as I can to prevent muting. So the thing that's supposed to safeguard you from like, you know, getting copyright stricken is also the same thing that you can lose months and months of work. So that's the irony here. I don't care if they, like, it's still a silver lining if they just tell me how I can avoid this. And the natural assumption is just avoid your VODs being muted. Don't trigger that. Like, okay, so why is that feature in there anyways? Don't boast about a feature that irreparably destroys your content. I wouldn't use that as an advertisement thing. And I can tell you, YouTube has a different solution to that, and I like it quite a lot. So, behind the times. Behind the times. At the moment. It can be different in the future. We gotta do one more because we're at 80%. Alright, just chill here, wait a little bit, you know? We'll do the other 2 tunes. There's no, I don't think there's any experience difference between the second and third week outside of the milestone and the daily. No boons that I am aware of. I don't think there's any like campaign store. Looks the same. Sometimes like this panel has like an extra thing they might add, but I think everything's the same. Last week I missed the whole boon thing. Like the boon was unlocked, so you could do that. And then we'll try to find a advanced demon web pit to iron out our question marks, because there are some question marks for sure. I still have some question marks. I forgot what that ability is called. The thing that pushes people away. It's a repel, but I forgot what the actual encounter power is called. That feels bad when, hey look, there's a cluster of mobs. You charge in, and then the next thing you see, everything gets knocked out of your range. You gotta love it. It's like, well, it's kind of like playing a fighting game where that person basically always knows how far your hurt box is, so they're always outside your hit range. And whenever you get close in, they just back out just enough distance where everything whiffs. Honestly, you know, reducing the repel range on the ability, that would be great, actually. Yeah, see this person? Whoever's doing that repel attack, I don't think it's a cleric. Whoever's doing that repel attack, if they reduce the knockback on it, it might still work out, because I think most tanks still can reach melee. If it was reduced, you know, also slightly. Nah, it's actually, it's kind of far away. It's pretty far away. Like, everything whiffs. Luckily, interestingly, the guy that's doing that repel action is a tank that only has on-target hits, except maybe one. So it can't be relatable unless you're like a sentinel. Most sentinel abilities deal with experience, so they're not on-target hits. Like most of their power, most of the sentinel's power is not on hit. It's aim oriented, so you can miss all of them. And the moment you hit a repel, you're going to miss all of them. Their effective range is smaller than the repel knockback. Any of the repel knockbacks. And by repel is anything that causes a mob to bounce hit. And that includes 3 different classes that can do that. That's why you just don't run them. It might slightly annoy a Justicar, it might slightly annoy a Vanguard, but it absolutely destroys a Sentinel. Sentinel literally does not have non-proximal attacks. Like, where the body ends up, during the animation, the body ends up next to target. Or it's required to be next to a target. At some point. 100%. So it's to the point where if you ever catch a random Sentinel trying to like, hey, I'm a Blade Master and I moonlight as a Sentinel, and then someone just repels, that person basically just walks and it just lets the mob kill that person. won't even bother. It's just like, nah, I'm not dealing with this. Let's just keep going. Immediately the eye rolls, and then you just see the person just continue to go. Like, I'm not bothering with that anymore. But yep, I don't blame you. Since that player basically nullified all your attacks. Another one is the wizards, where the push on the push CC. The nice thing is though, it still CCs the mob, so it's no one's in immediate danger. But that push is 3 lengths. All your melee encounters, all your melee powers are 3 lengths. So not only do you can't just move, guard out, and follow it, you actually have to walk to it. And by the time you walk to it, like it's usually dead. So it's a non-issue. But a wizard has to be aware that if you do that to a sentinel, they're not going to ever target the same target you are going to, because they're going to expect that you kill that target, because their efficiency goes down by like 40 to 50%. They lose like 4 different actions because you decide to shift it out. Like, you decide that's your playstyle that you want for a sentinel to be your tank. Thankfully the boss can't be CC'd like that, so it's irrelevant. All these things are little nitpicky things, because in the end of the day, pain givers do not care if their support does anything during the mob phase. They usually prioritize their performance on bosses, to the point where you get to a point tanks and healers don't even move or do anything until they get to a boss. Like, when you're going ham, really ham, I just hold the W button and I just guide my tank to the next campfire. That's it. And I don't mind it at all. I mean, prideful players might mind it, but take me on the ride, my friends. Take me on the ride. There's no, but if you think I can't make it painful for you, that's a different story. I could make it faster for you too, if you choose not to do that. But you know, there's no skin off my back. It's less work for me. And if you think you're making less work for the team, think again. Minority again, minority opinion. But I can almost guarantee you it will be faster if you wait for me to initiate. Without a doubt. Because your rotation will do extra damage. So you're probably gonna notice that you use like 2 less encounters most of the time if I initiate. And because I initiate, I'm always moving faster. So if you're always gonna wait for the tank to get to the campfire anyways, allowing the tank to have 15 to 20% extra movement speed because they're in combat, you cut down the amount of time you're in the dungeon anyways. But if you keep killing something before the tank gets into combat, the tank runs at base speed. Unless you have a tank who didn't plan on doing anything anyway, so they stacked like 40 to 50% passive movement speed, they're already gone. They're at the end of the camp. They're not going to even help you. Like, they're getting to the end of the campfire because they're just assuming you're just going to take care of everything. Which works out. It's a good mutual relationship, I think. Anyways, we got to turn in one of the weeklies. 22. You know, I don't like doing heroic encounters, right? Let's turn in the abyss stuff. And we're good. We got the next milestone, right? And we get this really cute vanity pet. Not my jam. I'm not the biggest fan on red motifs, but it looks really cool for those edgelords that like the fiery stuff, you know? And I'm not saying being an edgelord is bad. I'm saying, like, if you want to be like edgy, it can work in your like cosplay. I mean, your fashion. I said cosplay, my bad. I'm still in Otakon mode. So we're gonna migrate this milestone thing to next week. again, biggest criticism I have in terms of quality of life change, having a milestone at the end of a maximum weekly haul is a subconscious negative for most people, because they would want to do the latest thing, but they get diminished return from it. For myself, I actively have chosen a lifestyle where I wait for the next week. So it's not a big deal to me. I just wait and attribute whatever this milestone's effect as the beginning of the next week. So this is the 4th week, 3rd milestone kind of thing. So we'll see what it's about later. So far, we picked up proto engine parts, or like the realm engine parts, close up some tears, rescued another assistant of Varice peeps, and then they're trying to harness the energy of the engine. I think that's more or less a good some of the keywords of what's happening. And then we migrate 2 dailies now, because we got another repeatable that's inaccessible after the first one. I don't know why so far. And then we migrate 25 currency for the heroic encounter. All right, so now we're gonna do it 2 more times over and then try to find like 1 dungeon run or something. I'm not feeling too ambitious today, so we're gonna try to keep it a little safe, iron out our game plan before we start doing, I'm gonna say reasonably week 6 or week 7, we might get some master demon web hits runs in, just to see what it's like, what the scaling is. It could just fail on the first boss because of all really related to the things I've been talking about, the on-hit effects and whatnot, because I think my effectiveness needs retuning. I need to retune the gear in a different way to make myself successful. We can also try to pick up a run as a healer. That's a possibility today, because I would do an Oathkeeper run then. That wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, we can do an Oathkeeper run because it's 60k. I can't even choose to do a Demonweb's Master as a healer because the item level requirement's too high. I would have to put on a scaling gear that I prefer not to because it's suboptimal for my choice. So, did I not unlock? Oh, wait, maybe I have it hidden? Is that? Wait. Oh, maybe because I didn't turn it in? Oh, yeah, I didn't even pick it up. Okay. So that's 25 for securing. We still got to do heroic encounters on this guy. Abyss Hunt. Oh, you know what? I didn't check if Manticore's Bane is not interacting in this case. Because my Paladin only has 1 on-hit daily use, I think. Yeah, so let's check it out. Good. Good. This is good. I was thinking of something else. Never mind. Alright, so what are we bootstrapping? We know we need to complete 2 dailies. So we'll do the 2 dailies while we're doing the quest run. I really like this mod. I actually think I looked forward to each Monday. I mean, I generally look forward every time I wake up, but it's great. It's been pretty awesome. Like, I would legitimately do this as part of my daily routine, just because you can. It's been a while since I wanted to bootstrap something other than just hopping in for the rough Astro Diamonds and calling it and yeeting right out. Like, I don't even do RCs because is not a lifestyle consistency. So let's see. Let's see if Manicore's main bite. Yeah, it does. So I'm pretty confident it's overlapping on hit effects, along with like overlapping daily procs. Like, let's see, that triggered, right? So we have to wait 30 seconds. It's not this, it's every other daily. So the next daily should proc Manicore main's bite. So there's definitely crosstalk. I forgot that I run Manicore's main bite still when I'm soloing on the Justicar Wizard's player. Yeah, see? It's reliably triggering. It's every 30 seconds. So I can almost, without a shred of a doubt, something is overlapping with the triggers. At least, well, there's still doubt, obviously, because I'm not the person who is at the technical backdrop, but there is interference. There's some sort of crosstalk between similar proc effects. So like this one is every other daily. So the next daily, I'm gonna get a Manicore's main bite. And it offsets and makes it feel like the Justicar is just as fast as the Sentinel, but it's nowhere near as fast as Sentinel on a single target. The Sentinel is way faster. But because of Manicore's main bite, like here, I'll let it hit me. See? It's working properly on Justicar. Like, I know when it's going to happen. And it's important that I know. Like, that's what makes the difference between an experienced player and one that just smashes keyboards. Because they know the most... this is a FGC thing. Since Coffers is listening, this is the most of the people that wouldn't know these things are people who use degenerate tactics. Basically, the most efficient tactics is always GOAT. So just keep doing and practicing the most efficient tactic. But for me, I have to know the stuff that I don't control, which is Manicore's main bite. Like, I have to know when it's up. So there's no cooldown meter in this game. There's no like it's not like World of Warcraft where you can have internal UX things where it tells you, hey, Manicore's main bite still has a 30-second cooldown until the next time. Eternal cooldowns are not tracked in this game. So you have to develop the skill, the you know, like the nuance of knowing how long on average you take. So for the Justicar, the rate is 15 seconds. It's around 15 to 16 seconds. So it's every other daily. And it works perfectly fine. But it's not fast. The Sentinel is way faster. It's just, for whatever reason, it doesn't proc on the Sentinel. So, weird. Feels bad. Actually, I think that time it didn't proc, now that I think about it. I think I just lost the Manicore main bite proc here. Pretty sure that attack didn't trigger it. Let's try again though. Actually, I got hit by the poison, which apparently does true damage. I don't know why. Personally, that's a design choice that I'm not a big fan of. That DOTs do true damage to tanks. At least that's what it looks like. Because this poison really do be hitting past unnullified. I mean, it's always it hasn't ever changed since like Fangbreaker, but I'm not the biggest fan of true damage. It gives you that feels bad when you're like, ah, yeah, you know, I worked on getting my resistance up and stuff. It's like, no, that's true damage. It's you can't do anything about it. It's true damage. Your fancy gear ain't gonna stop true damage, you know? No, it still works. The Manticore main's bite is consistent on Justicar. I would love to know if someone comes up with the reason why it's happening, because I have no idea what the reason is, and I have I am not willing to invest neither the time nor have the resources or the accessibility to even begin testing why that's the case. Oh, there are other things. There are a lot of other things that have QC issues, but you can only do so much each update. And I do love reading my patch notes. Actually, here's the irony in the whole patch notes thing. I like reading Neverwinter patch notes because they come in short bites. I know that sounds like, wait, they come in short bites because the Cryptic team can't resolve a lot of bugs very quickly. Yeah, I know, but it's a live service game. You kind of just expect like 1 or 2 patch notes. Like, what I mean by 1 or 2 patch notes, I mean one change every week. I kind of get you, kind of like it. It's, you know, like, what's this week? Oh, you fixed the cosmetic thing. Oh, like, real talk, I'll show you really quickly. I don't even know if this was in the patch notes, and I appreciate it. Like, I want to show appreciation for there's still people that continue to retroactively look into these things. I used to I disliked using this specific artifact set right here, the tentacle set, and it used to be the one that I take into Master's Temple of the Spider, right? Because this specific wrap right here has no placeholder for its fashion render. So when you put it on, it takes the angel wings away because it has no active model placeholder. Even if it's invisible, generally there's a placeholder so that you can change the look, right? So it takes the wings away. I'm like, nah. And then my thought was, well, it's probably gonna be like 3 or 4 years before this gets addressed, right? And little did I know, when this mod dropped, sometime between the beginning of this mod and maybe the next few patches, they patched it. So now it doesn't, it actually has a model. So thank you. I don't know who asked for it, but if no one asked for it, that's amazing. I think my favorite thing about patch notes sometimes is if they're patching something that I'm not aware of and I didn't know about, that's great. It means, or the best parts are getting patches where no one knew it was happening, right? So, like, if you're reading patch notes and like 30 different people think like, wait, that was a bug and you patched it, extra points for the developers. It's like, well, no one asked for it, but heck yeah, it's a vote of confidence in my opinion. And that's largely why I read patch notes. That's a minority opinion, in my opinion. A minority opinion, because most people like to look for patch notes that deal with their particular problem. Like, oh, when are they gonna patch it so I can get my 5% pain giving back and stuff? I like to read patch notes to see what I don't know. It's optional they fix Manticore's main bite on the Sentinel or not. I mean, the Sentinel still has a few mechanics that don't work consistently. And that's just part of the charm, I guess. You may as well chalk it up to the charm of the Sentinel. It's not exploitive, so it doesn't get patched either, because Apparently, when you have good things, you gotta take them away. And it's not because of in my opinion, it's not because the devs take them away. It's because it raises a lot of fuss and negativity among other people who don't have that benefit. And those vocal people raises that issue, in my opinion. Like, it's far more motivated by negative sentiments. Like, I don't know. Oh, your place has the best ice cream? It's a shame I don't have that ice cream place. We're gonna close down that ice cream place. Because if I can't have it, you can't have it either. In a PvE game. That's the mentality, in my opinion. A lot of times. It's a privileged competition. And then the one day when they nerf the thing you have, it's like, why'd you nerf it? I like that stuff. It's like, well, you know, fair is fair, man. We had to close down people's that group's favorite ice cream shop. We had to close down your favorite ice cream shop too. It's unfair competition. In a non-competitive environment, people are upset that other people are enjoying or improving at a more rapid, or like having perks. So often in a non-competitive environment, you introduce some form of competitive toxicity. It's more like toxic privilege and entitlement. Like, oh man, they do so much damage. Why can't I do so much damage? And then often it's like, why don't you boost my damage? But it's not really that. Most of the time is, can you nerf them so I can be, you know, in line with them? And then you're wondering, then you have like the other people say, why don't you just boost our damage so both classes are doing Monka lots of damage? It's like, well, first of all, that's not pragmatic, constantly upscaling power because of design liberties. And then it ultimately, to satisfy a group, often they call for the diminishing of another group. So a lot of times nerf is not usually the cause of any form of balancing, but is to appease the largest audience that has dissonance. But it would still end up being the developer that gets the big foot kick, right? Like, oh yeah, let's rebalance this thing after you spent 4 months talking about how broken and OP it is. It's like, okay. Like, oh, but we just wanted to be balanced, but not take my special advantage away. It's like, oh, well, okay. I don't think we are on the same page about what balancing means. I'm not a balancing kind of guy in a non-competitive environment. Throw balance out the window. It's non-competitive. I mean, there are individuals there are quite a bit of group that would say it is a competitive environment, and that's fair. I will not tell them that it isn't. I'm saying that I don't find it as a competitive environment. If you truly want a competitive environment, go out and get a job. That sounds a little cold, but it really is true. Like, if you really like competitive environments, there's no place like life itself. If you are telling me that it's fun in a competitive environment, like you're only motivated because it's competitive. That's a really weird way of reducing yourself to one factor. But I mean, I'll respect that. So if you ever say you're only motivated because it has to be competitive, my first thought is go and help someone. Because that's what I did this weekend. It was amazing. It was really exhausting, but I already had all the positive energy that I can give. So I wasn't even exhausted at the end of this, actually. I was kind of hoping to go on for like another 2 days. I had enough energy for another 2 days. But that's not being respectful to all the people who are exhausted. So pretty much everyone around me was pretty exhausted by the end of like 3.5 to 4 days. So and it takes a whole team to keep those things going. So it would be selfish for me to think that, yeah, let's go for another 2 days. Let's make a convention event that lasts 6 days in a row. It's like, oh no, but people have to work. They have to take care of their families and stuff. So, but in my selfish thing, I had plenty of energy to give. But just because I have energy, I can't make the wheels turn on my own. It was great. It's wonderful. It has ups and downs, but it's part of the experience. Like, what I mean by ups and downs is I had some required more energy than others. Some things require more energy. There was obviously drama and conflicts of interest for others, but we did it. Another great year. Another record shattered, apparently. I can't wait till the official numbers come out. But yes. I don't say it directly because it's actually quite insensitive to be pragmatic about being trying to be realistic, like having a pragmatic response. It's not the kosher thing to do. But in my own time, the thought is that there are rarely, when someone says that things have to be challenging for them to be satisfying, rarely is that enough to describe anything. It's a very reductive way of looking at yourself. And I think you should treat, in my opinion, one should treat themselves with more attention than that. You go around telling yourself that it has to be challenging to be enjoying and motivating. I like to really believe you that you're emotionally resonating with that, but generally speaking, it's a net negative thing. It requires a heavy investment. So without a doubt, that is not true for like 95% of people who says that. So not the people who don't say that, but for 95, I would say at least 95% of people who think that challenge is a necessity to motivate oneself. That is nowhere near the emotional intelligence. You're not at the emotional intelligence level necessary to have a sustainable life with that type of perspective, in my opinion, realistically. You want things to be emotionally interesting enough that the challenge is low, not difficult enough, but you can still perceive that it is challenging. So it's a big conditional where you're saying it's challenging enough in which you have enough energy, emotional, intelligent wise, and intellectually enough to take up the challenge. The paradox in that is the greatest challenge are the challenges you fail at, not the ones that you arbitrarily choose because you can succeed. So in a video game, you aren't ever in a challenging position. Like, no, you aren't. Like, okay, you can argue, well, in battle royales and in PvP, you can lose. It's like you're still choosing to play knowing you can lose. Passive challenges are the true challenges. Finding food, earning money, raising a family, overcoming tragedy, getting fit. Those are passive challenges. Do you like those? Probably don't. and you're truly a goat and believe that that's true, then I would love to meet you, shake your hand, and tell me your secret. Because I also want to be a marathon runner, top tennis player, be really tall, somehow always stay thin if I just eat ice cream all day. Tell me your secret. It's not true. I love to meet the person with the most compelling evidence-based story to prove to me that you like challenging things as a way to like challenge is all that matters for you to be motivated. It's too reductive. But it's my open plea to share to share more details about your story, because I want to know what that mean. Like I want to know more about you. It's great when you hear all what makes that statement unique in the long run is how that person begins to elaborate. Like, okay, in what sense challenging? Like, are we talking about, do there need to be good sportsmanly conduct? No one's getting hurt in the challenge? Because, like, I can tell you, another challenging thing is doing something that will hurt someone inadvertently. What's a great example of that? Well, jobs suck a lot of times because even when you're winning, you could be losing. For example, you met a great coworker. He's a great friend, or she's a great friend, or they are a great friend. And you're up for promotion. When you get promoted, you will know that because you got promoted, your friend did not get promoted. And that's a challenge. What do you choose? Some people, like me, often avoid those situations. So instead, I want to know that I could somehow either both of us win or I lose with them. Other people say, sorry man, you need to go onto the bus now because I'm driving this bus. Those are great challenges. Challenges that are unavoidable. Conflict of interest is a great challenge. Video games are great because they are not challenging. There are great ways to explore what you can do as a person. Explore things that you haven't considered doing with minimal consequences, minimal challenges. And that's what makes it fantastic. That's my personally, that's my framework of how to describe what makes video games so wonderful in life and why is it so trendy. When life throws a humongous obstacle in your face, video games can offer a stimulation that isn't challenging enough to break you. And you get to choose. So, imagine if you don't get to choose what kind of video games you play. Immediately it becomes more challenging. But those people who say they like challenges, they choose their challenges. So generally speaking, they don't even choose challenging games to play. They choose games that they emotionally resonate with. They rely on their intuitive nature to choose something that is advantageous to them. That's most people. Otherwise, you're gonna have a really bad time emotionally. Like, it's not sustainable to constantly put yourself in a negative environment. For example, always playing the games you hate. As that's rarely ever sustainable for the majority population. Let's right, I need to collect engine parts, but I do need to turn in 2 of these. And then we need to complete those. And we still need to complete the abyssal tears. Going up? Yeah. Yeah, so a slight perspective shift. Video games are great because you get to choose the challenges you know you have a chance of succeeding. Maybe that is the definition we should go by. Like, how would you, one of the defaults, right? One of the defaults of defining what a challenge is that you have to have a route for success. And that's fair. It would qualify all the challenges that people pick. When people describe to me their challenges, my first thought in terms of challenge, I think of it's number 1 to me. And I would ask them, are you happy? Because if you think that you need a challenging motivation to want to play a video game, right? And you have to like a video game to find motivation to challenge yourself in that video game. There is a quite a low chance, or depending on how you view it, there's a low chance that your happiness is no more than a 5 out of 10. The reason I can kind of say that is video games is a form of coping mechanism. It's a form of escapism. So it's not like I'm taking a guess or anything. You're playing video games, you're picking specific experiences because you're not running on net positive energy. You're running on net negative energy, and you're trying to gain more energy by doing something and killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're trying to acquire and develop skills that may or may not translate to things, depending on how passively you interact. But at the flip side, you're also gaining more than inputting. So the likelihood of someone who's already in this discussion is that they are not up to challenge of making themselves happy. Like what it takes to like really truly be happy without the accessibility of video games. I would say this percentage above 5, like someone who's happy above 5 dramatically increases, which goes with all the statistics and evidence and anecdotal testimonies, is when someone says that they like a challenge because they feel like death working out. It immediately goes to a 6 or a 7, and I would believe them. Because that type of thing is a next level challenge. So if they have enough time and emotional constitution to find that type of challenge, right, that level of challenge approachable, then they are overall happier because they're able to tackle more challenging things. And then you have like some serious goat-worthy things. People that say, I love going to work. I like spending negative energy helping people. I love volunteering. That's when you have like super negative investment. Like you get foreseeably nothing back. Like the lowest it gets is you get nothing back. And you have enough energy to say you're happy to do that. Then you're like goating life. Video games, I would say 5 and below. your happiness level is at a 5 or below when you're doing that. If you're not suggesting anything else. So for example, if someone is physically active, also playing video games, the bottom line is still the most challenging thing you tackle. So I use this a lot to try to get an initial impression of someone, because I like to know if they're happy or not. That's the main way to really warm up to someone, or show someone, offer someone a sense of vulnerability or empathy, so that it doesn't seem very cold or icy. And that's what I did this past weekend. Tried my best at practicing that. Because it works at conventions too. A lot of times, conventions, people volunteer for distinct categorical reasons. And the categorical reasons are tied to their overall happiness at the time. Are you volunteering at a convention because you want to give, because you're really not stressed out? Or are you volunteering because you're stressed out and you want to have stress relief because it's a fun thing to do? Well, here's a paradox. If you're already stressed out and you're volunteering in a position that is incredibly net negative, what is the most likely occurrence? You get more exhausted. You are more likely to project your stress onto another person and inherently become less productive as a volunteer than if you were to just enjoy the convention without volunteering. So yeah, biggest challenge, volunteer to help someone without ever getting a return. It literally means you have to give. The biggest challenge is inputting everything as much as you can with no guarantee of reward. Video games always have a reward. It immediately becomes less challenging than anything that doesn't give a reward or guarantees a reward. I've been working on a little thing, but I'll probably save it for another one. It's a digression thing, but I'll save it for another time. It'll be a little bit fleshed out, but the punchline in like probably gonna be like 4 or 5 hours long, but the punchline is I really naively believe that most people are kind when they have kind thoughts, but to put kindness into action requires someone to already be happy and be able to give a resource that they're not looking for. So if you're not happy, if you're not overall happy already and you're looking for wins, being a kind person is not enough to project kindness. And oftentimes when you are already stressed out and you're thinking helping other people is like the GOAT in giving you better feelings, usually you end up with a kind heart hurting more people than helping. And it can be as innocent as, oh yeah, you know, if I volunteer here, I get free perks. It's like, but what do those perks cost? It's like, well, they're free, so they make me feel better. It's like, no, it isn't free. You volunteered in a stressed position. You got those free perks by making other people's experiences worse than they could be. Like, that free ticket, those free perks are the cost of someone else's experience at the place. That's where it comes from. That's what it's being paid for. Other people's feelings and experience is the cost of your free ticket. So there really isn't any free thing if you have enough framework and perspective. But it's still admirable that overall, overall you're a kind person. You know, people are kind. They're trying to volunteer even when they may not be so certain that they are. So when people have dissonance in their emotional state and their intellectual state, when they're just distant, like, yeah, I'll be fine. It's gonna be exhausting and stressful and stuff, but people will have fun time and I'm helping, it's volunteer work. Like, nah, most of the time you're doing harm to yourself and the people around you. It's just as likely. So being kind doesn't circumvent what the reality happens. So when you start looking at departments and stuff like management and human resources, like, man, I don't understand. Why is this company filled with so much negativity and like everything seems to be just lots of drama? It's like, well, how happy are your work staff? And what is your requirement to maintain like the positive environment? So like, for example, let's say 51%, just arbitrarily, we try to quantify above majority is a positive environment, right? Your bottom line is 51% approval rating. Well, are all your workers quantitatively together 51% approve? Like, are there 51% happiness overall? When it comes to volunteer work, especially in incentivized volunteer work, it's not. It's usually, well, a lot of times it's not. And those that are, they shine so much. And I'm so happy, and even through like the roller coasters of this previous weekend that I witnessed on and off, which I'll probably talk about at length in another time. Overall, it was positive. So Otakon, like the place continues to be thriving. It continues to be a net positive thing. But in all of that, it's an averaging effect. What is lost in that average is that there are really heavy drama for those who overestimate how well they are feeling right now. And they have different priorities. So this is only coming from one perspective, like the pragmatism of volunteering, of giving someone. But if you're viewing it as an opportunity to look for inspiration and stuff, that's a net negative for volunteering, but that's a net positive for self. So often the perspective is not in line with the emotional state. So when someone says like, I volunteer because I want to make other people feel good, and you ask them like, so how do you do that? It's like, well, I get to do this, I get to do this, and I basically do it for free. And then the moment's like, what does it being free have anything to do with the prospect of giving service at a zero cost? Because it will cost you. So if you're still focusing on perks, like it doesn't cost you anything, then you're actually looking to mitigate your cost. So you're not in a net positive situation where you're able to offer unconditionally your mind, body, and soul. Your soul is saying, no, I can't give much more. I'm exhausted. I'm stressed. Your mind is saying, it's good to help people. It'll make me feel better. And then what you have in the end is pent up, unsolicited projection of your dissatisfaction. So then what happens tends to be your work suffers, your volunteer obligations get thrown by the wayside, your quality of help can be more deleterious than it is beneficial to both you and people. So unnecessary drama ensues. You return to your hotel room and you're like, oh man, I'm so exhausted, man. I wish I had shorter hours. It's like, oh man, this sucks. Like, I wish people would stop complaining. It's like, you're not ready for volunteering. Your mind says you're kind enough, and I believe you. Like, I absolutely believe you. You're a very kind person, but your emotions are not. Your body and your emotions are saying no. Your mind says, I'll get more out of it. And at the end of the day, you come out even more exhausted than you went in. So you basically volunteer hoping to get a reinvigoration of life, expecting that helping other people will give you more energy. Instead, it figuratively and literally did the opposite. And you harmed and burned bridges at the same time. And you probably just, since you're offering a service, pulled many other people down. So the cost to keep yourself remotely happy and survive was at the expense of everyone you encountered. That's an outlook that's framing the cost of your things. Obviously, ideally there are trade-offs, and there are things you give and things you can't give, but pragmatically speaking, when you volunteer outwardly, like you're thinking of volunteering outwardly, like it's an opportunity to help people, you have to understand that you gain 0. You are not only going to gain 0, you are going to lose. Like if you're thinking inwardly as a volunteering experience, you are losing something. And what you gain is you see the transfer of your value to something else. So at the expense of your exhaustion, at the expense of your happiness, like you become less happy, you see someone else become happier. So if I can sacrifice me feeling like a 10 to a 9 to save someone from being a 4 and getting to a 5, that's worth it. So if I end up being less happy because I choose to volunteer, as in I get exhausted, and so if I can bring someone up from the brink of being sad to a contentment, that is far more significant than me having more happiness. That is the essence of volunteer work. And that's why I volunteer every year. There's a more cogent way of saying that, but I have so many thoughts. And then it's a mixed bag in between, you know, like there are things that work, not work, and I've got a little taste of some of that every time. But that's kind of the idea. If you're going for different types of opportunities, then emotionally you might be in line. So like a good alternative example is I like to volunteer because there's an opportunity to network. So that's no longer about, that's if someone goes about doing that instead of misattributing to wanting to help people, then you won't necessarily have the same outcome. Your expectations are different. Your framework is different. So you can come out a win. Like if your opportunity is to network, then you can network offsetting any expenses. So you'll get a return. So it won't feel as like a net negative experience because you're expecting to gain back. But truly, you gotta make sure that your emotional state is with your mental state. Because man, people do be betraying themselves a lot. On the one hand, they say they love volunteering and helping people. On the other hand, they're complaining about helping people. And I don't mean literally, but sometimes literally they complain about it. But all the indicators show that they're not here to help people. They're here to get a mix. They're here to feel better. get some stress relief. And that's the thing they're doing, is not providing that. So inadvertently, you're probably worse off than you went. It's another slight digression would be vacations. Like there are vacations that are designed with the intent of relaxing and getting some R&R, and then there are people who plan a vacation like they're not looking for rest, and then expecting like they become rested. That's when you have some emotional trauma, like emotional dissonance. You come back with the education, it's like, man, why am I more exhausted than when I left? Well, what did you think would happen when you plan a vacation filled with events instead of resting? That's kind of the volunteer work issue a lot of times. And I ask this question quite a bit too. It's the same way I approach video games. Like, you wanna... My biggest concern is seeing that the person's quality of life and emotional state is aligned with their intellectual state. I think this is why I play video games too. I want to find how people express and use video games as an outlet. Why is that mage not interactable? That's weird. So yeah, kind of goes back to challenging positions, but this is video games are rarely ever a competitive process, and I know I'm pulling a bigger perspective pop out answer. It is competitive if you look at it from the micro standpoint. Absolutely. It should, for me, it's not my type priority. Like, I like to see people happy. And one way to be happy about competitive games is to have a bigger perspective. In my opinion, it a lot of times it offsets, like, the negativity of losing, the negativity of feeling like, I don't know, you're not performing well, and always constantly having that emotion of a steady improvement. That requires a framework bigger than the game itself, the macro perspective. I like, sounds very, very cliche, but also hard to find. I like to meet happy gamers. And I don't think this community specifically as well, or a lot of live service communities, have gamers that have their emotional and intellectual state resonating with each other. Their expectations are incredibly misaligned with interpreting what works for them and what doesn't. Because it's really challenging. Like, what is a live service game if not a lifestyle? What's the most challenging thing that you have to take care of in your life? Developing a lifestyle. So it hurts the most. It's constantly close and familiar, yet it's taking the form of a coping mechanism. So losing that classical coping mechanism. Why can't I find what's going on here? Why am I... Is someone taking all the injured mages from me? Like, what the heck's going on here? Yeah, one of the comments, for example, I want things fast and here's a good one. I want things fast and right away. Why do I have to wait on things in a live service game? All right, so there's plenty of developer games in existence that say like, yeah, you're right. This is a game. We're gonna give you everything right away. The next comment is like, man, guys, this game's dead. It never got new content. Like, it doesn't get new content all the time. It's like, well, yeah, it's a live service game. Like, can you think of aspects of your life that forms a habit that you get right away and then you decide not to form an attachment to it through persistent work? The answer is likely no. Because if it came easy, you probably still feel the same way. Like the people who complain about like getting things really fast because you use video games as a way to not be reminded of real life. So I shouldn't have to wait on things in a video game because a video game is not like real life. Like, that's fair. A live service game, unfortunately, has the connotation of being a game. So if you choose to normalize that to a video game, then yeah, you're going to be out for disappointment. And it's always in conflict, right? I want a lot of content all at once, but then you unrealistically want the content completed all at once. Try to do that yourself. Try to offer that to someone. Hey, I'll provide you everything you want on command and continuously supply you with new things. Just sit down and ask yourself if that's reasonable or if that's achievable. Oh, I'm not sure if I was supposed to turn that in. I think so. Because we're gonna bank the heroic encounter, right? Pretty sure we're just gonna bank the heroic encounter. Oh. Yes. It's story time because we're bootstrapping through these. Takes a little bit. I could be a little bit more efficient on my routes. Could be a little bit more efficient. Boy, do I got some stories though. I'll try to write them up and be a little bit more coherent. We'll do like a proper digression in maybe a little bit down the line. Got like diagrams in my head spinning around. You can one can gather so much things to share about in 3 days, just being out. 3 or 4 days being out in the wild, interacting with different people. Lots of sources of inspiration. Unfortunately, it's something video games can't offer, because you're voluntarily choosing what you want to learn and what you want to see. It's super exhausting though, don't get me wrong. I think I went out with like a lifestyle that had like a plus, I'm gonna say I'm like plus 30. Maybe after a nap it's like plus, like if I was completely exhausted, I get like plus 10 from a nap. And it's like plus 30 from a hard reset, like a good REM sleep, plus 30 kind of thing. And each day I was like hovering around a 5 maybe at the end of the day. So I get like, I was at like, near the end, I was getting close to a negative. So I had like another day or two of fuel in me. But if I went another day or two, I would wholeheartedly say I was strained and start progressively becoming more and more exhausted. But yeah, I could definitely have stories of both people who are incredibly on the positive end, and then people who are incredibly on the not ready end. And mixed obligations. Lots of mixed obligations. That provides so many variety of inspiration. Because you're challenged to process all of it, and that was the challenge that I look forward to. There was so many things I wasn't expecting. I couldn't possibly have expected. Oh, interesting. Why did this character get 2? Wait, why did the paladin... Why did the Justicar get 2 dailies from this guy? What the heck? Oh, I might have missed. Oh, Oh, no, wait. Maybe I did complete them. What? Okay, let's just do this first. So let's collect the realm engine parts. But yeah, the other guy also has the same, has a pool of 2 that doesn't come back right away. Like 2 repeatables. Yeah, I did the tears. Constantly refining, right? Like this whole MMORPG thing, right? It's the biggest skill, I'm gonna say the biggest skill gap is the thing it's the skill that most people avoid developing. And it's easily my most top bias skill, like the value skill that I come to love about non-competitive PvE games. I mean, yes, they used to try to balance like adding a little PvP component to it that would complement it, but ultimately in both the PvP and PvE environment of an MMO, there's one skill that these games offer that produces the biggest skill gap to date. And since that skill becomes so underdeveloped, most games have largely alleviated and replaced the need to refine that skill. And that's communication. And communication isn't just about how you talk. It's also about how you interpret people and willing to take up the challenge of feeling uncomfortable, not being ready for the obstacles that present you, tolerance. It's multifaceted. It's one of the highest skill gap skills. That's unique to non-competitive MMORPGs. And an evolution of the non-competitive MMORPG is the new structure of live service games. Your legacy is that skill. If you're not developing that skill, then your reward can offer you in any other form other than a living, like, live service game. Like, it's very sustainable to not play a live service game if you're looking for something else that isn't communication skills or understanding how to legacy build, remain self-motivated, creating habits, live service games are indeed that. You must cultivate life skills. So how good are your habit formations? How good is compulsory, motivated repetition? That stuff, if you ask yourself that, that will tell you, in my opinion, if a live service game is appropriate and sustainable for you as a source of, I don't know, reward or interaction, right? So if it's not, like, say, oh, I just play games for learning a new technique or something, it's not a live service game you're looking for. To me, that's a cognitive dissonance. You will be emotionally dissonant all the time when you play a live service game if you're not looking and expecting to develop life skills in it. So what does that mean? Upkeeping with the same people that play the game. That sounds a lot like a lifestyle skill. Being regular. Log in daily for a specific amount of time. Not playing too long. Exercising discipline. Patience for ongoing updates. Extended repetition of refinement and iteration. There's all the like it's largely all the skills you're running away, like you typically avoid when you're playing a video game for most people who dislike live service games. So live service games aren't for you. I think it's great if I don't think it's bad or good that you can admit or understand that they won't fulfill your needs, and that's a clarity and understanding of self. So when someone comes here and say like, man, why do people play these games? It's not even challenging. Like, well, what do you classify as a challenge? You hate this game, so it's already challenging intellectually. But let's just entertain for a moment. Like, how do you classify a challenge? A lot of times it's gonna say, well, you can't fail in this game. It's like, what do you mean by failing? It's like, well, you know, you finished a dungeon. The dungeon is a pushover. It's easy, and so it's like, you mean it's easy to complete, right? Like, oh, okay, so you're talking about, you think the dungeon ends when you complete the dungeon. That's not the building blocks of a live service game. It's how many times you've beaten the dungeon, how regularly you do the dungeon, how many people you played through the dungeon with you. If you beat the dungeon 3,000 times, then I'm gonna say, yeah, you have the mentality of live service guy. What does that sound like? Well, it certainly sounds like eating, doesn't it? It also sounds like daily coping. It also sounds like a habit. You don't like habits? If you have poor habits and you only think habits as a negative thing, eesh. Yeah, you're not prepped for a live service game. Go somewhere else, pick a game that you can complete, has a beginning and an end, and to me, you are more than likely to be much happier. And that's perspective. And I wish that clarity onto most people about what their wants and desires are. And ironically, I guess, one of the best ways to tackle that is to participate in a task that deals with communication. So yeah, forced communication. If you're constantly forced into a situation in which your success or your perception of success is predicated on your ability to communicate with someone, it will enable you to express that actively. And with the active expression of that, you begin to intuit what you really desire. or what is necessary to reach your desires. You're playing a video game to escape from life. Stop playing live service games. The live service games reinforce so many things about real like life skills, lifestyle skills. They're persistent, they're constant, daily, requires discipline. They're like your favorite cake. If you eat too much of it, which most completionists would eat too much of it all at once, you're gonna get sick of it. What happens in a live service game? You're sick of it. No discipline, because games to you does not require life skills. Hey, Worm. You can be happy without playing a live service game. You can also be happy without hating a live service game or hating to like a live service game as well. Gaining perspective on what you love and want and how to get that is such an incredible life skill. And the world would be so wonderful if that just is intuitive for everyone. But it really isn't, because environments, conditioning, resources, psychological gaslighting, toxic opportunism, they warp people's perspective, right? It clouds their judgments, and also youth and inexperience. All that stuff creates a perspective where someone would come into a live service game and say, wait, I have to do this every single day for like 30 minutes? Well, you know, if I have to play 30 minutes for 30 days every day, why can't I just play 900 minutes in one day and get it over with? It's like, well, don't play a live service game. You're looking for a completionist game. A game that has a beginning or an end, and it has no commitments. It also screams to me that you don't understand what commitment is, and you have poor habit or untrained habit of forming healthy habits, and your expectations are not meeting your emotional demands. And I see a person that might be unknowingly making themselves feel worse, and that sucks. And I've seen quite a bit of that this weekend, and it really hurts. My heart literally just cries a lot for, like, feels really bad for someone who says one thing and they're just constantly getting hurt because the thing they're doing is creating the situation. And the best thing you can offer is to maybe point them in a direction that helps them gain some clarity. The last thing you want to see, in my opinion, it just often doesn't, even to your worst enemies, like say you just really dislike someone, but a person who's like, you don't have to do anything, they're legitimately hurting themselves every single time. That's worse than living hell. I mean, that might quite literally be one for them. So it really hurts when you see someone who actively don't even know they're self-sabotaging themselves. And in a more lighthearted way, video games can be just as dangerous at making someone feel worse and worse, like progressively worse and worse, because it doesn't always, it can't consistently sustainably put out. It's unrealistic for a human being to solely rely on a really closed off impression. So when I think about these games, like when I play Neverwinter, I see that in a lot of the people who have a different attachment to live service games. And to me, this is a part of gaming future, but the psychology in the matter is very constantly geared towards the predatorial effect. Like, it's benefiting one group, but it's disproportionately at the expense of another group. And it's so mirroring real life. But I think live service games can transcend that. They can transcend and meet a compromise that isn't so close to life skills. Like right now, what I'm stating is probably a little bit obvious to those who are obvious, but I don't think it has to be that way. I don't think live service games have to emphasize all the things that make older video games, like the standalone video games and like other games that are not live service, so antagonistic to live service games. Like, live service game can be a fidget spinner for all that matters. It can serve the exact purpose of a fidget spinner. Here's a great example, and I witnessed this so much in like a convention setting. People who play mobile games while having conversations and doing tasks. Those mobile games are live service games. You might call them gacha games, or you might call them like microtransaction games, but they're live service games. And when I see a person that's hurting, the first thing they say is, I ask you, like, why are you so passionate about this? You seem you have a spark of life when you talk to me about your mobile game. What happened to that person when you're talking about everything else, like your life and all that stuff? Like, why isn't that coming out, right? And the idea is like, it's just, this is very comfortable. It's like, well, you learned a life skill, and I want to give you a little perspective. The way you approach that live service game, that mobile game, how the aspects that attracted you to that, you can use that. It's translatable to developing healthy habits in life. So right now, the state of live service is kind of preying on the transitioning period of people understanding the bigger perspective. And so it's a little bit predatorial. I absolutely agree. I concede for that. At the same time, with perspective, people can take advantage of it, and they can even avoid it entirely. But who's responsible here? And that's kind of the tough question, right? Is the consumer responsible by making the active choice? Or is it the predatory design that's creating a no-choice decision? What does that sound like in real life? A no-choice decision sounds like, for example, poverty, addiction, poor habits, coping. Those are really weak points that you can prey on. And I don't know who's like, I'm not going to place blames. I think it can be a collective. I think both the consumer and the developer can harmoniously find a sustaining compromise that doesn't hurt people and trap people into no choice situations. And you might be thinking, well, the developer doesn't do that. It's like, yeah, actually the developers do. They're people too, right? They're people too, and when they have to make live service updates, it's also part of their livelihoods. So when one fails, the other one fails too. Like, it's a lose-lose situation. When their community is hurting the very people that are developing it, it becomes a no-choice situation, or it feels like a no-choice situation for both parties involved. And then you ultimately get the shutdown of the game, right? The game eventually reach a critical mass. Because life doesn't end in one thing. It slowly dies and drains you. So, yes, on the one hand, it's a developer's job, right? It's their career and whatnot. But on another hand, one can live very harmoniously with, say, if you go to your favorite restaurant, it's their job to make that food, but you can also love the restaurant owner and love to go to the restaurant, and that restaurant owner love to serve you. So that's kind of where I think the live service model is going to go. And I hope to see in the future, because I would love to sink my teeth into like 1 or 2 really nice ones. Like right now, Neverwinter and PSO2 are my hold on it. When I want to just do this, try to find some semblance and allegories or analogies to real life, I play Neverwinter, and I see if I can like abstract it to real life, because it's not a really far step. I can create a habit forming program on a particular skill in Neverwinter and use that framework to get someone to run each day. Because it requires habit forming to be attracted to a live service game. It's preying on that as well. So you have to be careful of that. Because like just like alcohol addiction, people can take advantage of you through addiction too. Also, did something happen to your VOD's last post and it's a week old? Yeah, I was away at a convention. So this slight digression that I'm talking about is because I was away for 4 days at a convention. I volunteer at Otakon. So this week, from the last 4 days I was away volunteering. I have a lot of life stories to talk about. We'll probably talk about some of them when I get a better like more concise perspective. So I'm just rambling a little today. Nothing too well thought out. I was gonna highlight this portion because I'm getting a little bit of teaser here and there. Most of my rants today deal with the convention. I was thinking of like writing a TED Talk like thing or something. It's really big. I haven't been out. Every year I do this. So just to give you a background, this is my 15th year in a row attending and or working at this convention. It's a lifestyle choice across the 15 years. And it's a time where it's especially vivid today, or like this time around, because this year, since the last Otakon, I spent the least amount of time in a IRL environment, in a in the least pre-selected environment. So by what I mean by that is, it was incredible. I have so many stories. I was farming people's stories like it was my job. Like, today's quest, listen to 5 people's stories. Today's quest, analyze and collect data on 10 random strangers or something like that. Like it was a lot. And there is some pre-selection. Otakon is an anime convention. Well, it's a otaku convention. So there's some pre-selection. So you have some expectations and some limitations. But it's far more than streaming, right? Because streaming is audience-based. They're already pre-selected. A game of choice, what you do every day. So it's not like working out. Working out is self-selected. Like you don't have to run if you don't choose to run each day. So it was overwhelming. It was lots of fun. I have a lot of things to talk about, but at the same time, it's a lot of ideas to work through. And I'm like teasing a little bit of it, and it's kind of like bleeding over into this, because there's so much of you can relate this back to live service so well. Oh, wow. So, So I got more dailies this time for this character, for whatever reason, than my barbarian. But yeah, Worm, oh, and, there were, just as a disclaimer, right? Like, I don't really go to conventions to partake in the hobby because I'm very familiar with the hobby. The thing I really do there is I volunteer. Like, I really volunteer. Like, I genuinely love what I do each year is the less I do in the year. So for example, I built a lifestyle recently. Like the last year, I'm at a 30 most of the time. Like when I wake up, I'm at a 30. It used to be I'm at a 10. So a lot of times when I go to Otakon, I get really exhausted. Like, you know, some days I'm really tired. Some days I'm a little crummy. But overall, I have enough energy to make a positive impact in Otakon and come out with a positive experience. But since this past year, I spent a lot of time improving my lifestyle, trying to practice what I preach, basically trying to see if it actually even works for myself, even knowing. And nowadays, I'm like double that positive energy. And this year, I had so much excess energy to just let go because I didn't do anything remotely related to people. That holy heck, like I have a gold mine of stories. I have so many stories to share, but it does take time to like organize all those thoughts, and I was sharing some of them. Mainly the first thing was on the idea of volunteering. Right? I volunteer because I know I'm happy, like really happy, as in I think I have a lot to give. And that's why I volunteer. Like I still volunteer even if I'm down and stuff, but this is the highest I've ever been. So I was all out and about trying to get people as happy as they can, right? And the idea is if I'm a 30, I want to give up at least 25 of those points to someone else. So it means I have less energy in the end of the day. Like I'm willing to give that energy, right? But in exchange for maybe like a story or something. But the idea is what became pretty obvious to me, that was one of the most stuck out points in these situations, is many people go to conventions, even like volunteer and help out at conventions, but they're already at like a 5 or even close to a negative. Like the thing that really stuck out a significant number of people that make splashes is that they're already negative 5s. So when you go to volunteer, right? What are you giving? And how could it ever possibly come out that you're less stressed, less worried, and feel better about yourself? So that's kind of the big theme that I'm gonna talk about. And that negativity, like that -4, is still possible. I was proposing this to someone who I feel that I had a great accurate thought about, and I was trying to see if his perspective can get him to a positive place when he leaves a convention going in it negative. So the idea is, it's not volunteering to help other people, it's volunteering so you could help yourself. So as long as this individual feels like they were able to get that type of opportunity, they have to understand it's also at the expense of projecting opportunism. So for example, your favorite convention's coming up, right? Oh, dang it. I'm looking for call outs for Proto Engine, but can't get into some of these. They're filling right away. So this person, a lot of people right now, they're going in and they're volunteering because they get perks for volunteering, and then they get to quote unquote enjoy the experience of the convention. Their goal was to relax and let loose and enjoy themselves, but the people that I met on the first day were already stressed out. Their incentive is to let loose so they can let go of stress, right? Let's just use that as the premise, the primer. Well, if you're going in trying to relieve stress in a position that you're offering service, like you've obligated yourself to help someone, to service someone, how can you ever get less stress from that expectation? So I went around to many people, like I would say 30 to 40 people, and I asked them, why do you do this? Like, why are you here? What are your motivations? And a lot of times it's either to get something for themselves, to enjoy themselves, or to relieve stress. All those three things, pragmatically speaking, logically speaking, intellectually speaking, and even emotionally speaking, do not check out with volunteering. Volunteering takes a healthy individual to have more, that's happier, so happy, sufficiently happy that they are willing to give up and expend that net positive energy to redistribute it to people who are coming to the place to gain energy. So your purpose, pragmatic purpose, is to redistribute your energy. And then after the event, that is your legacy. That's the payout. The payout is you lose energy to gain a transfer of energy. Your success is measured by how many people you make happy, because you're sacrificing like 5 points of your positive energy, because this person, they need 5 more points. Just give them 5 points and they will go home and they will have a great 4 days of activity. That's what you're doing. That's the mindset. You are already coming in knowing you can handle more stress. You can handle more responsibility. So when you're truly coming here and you're telling me that you want to help people by volunteering, you are coming here expecting to not gain anything. In fact, you are expecting to spend your energy most of the time. But that wasn't the realistic. Obviously, that's idealistic. If that is the case for an entire organization of volunteers, that organization will be so high up. And Otakon, the convention that I went to, it's over 50%. Like, it's growing. So overall, given like people who are more out for themselves, like they don't have as much positive energy, overall it's still growing. So the net thing is there's a net positive, like across everyone, like people who are down on the dumps, people who are not, people who are looking for opportunities for themselves. In the end, another record was shattered. So it means overall we're recruiting enough people to redistribute positive energy as a service. Now, that is an average. So now I collected anecdotal things. People who are on the bottom, people who lack energy, people who are going in for different opportunities. So now if we subside on the volunteering perspective, right? Now we're talking about people who came to network or people who came for stress relief. Well, that can happen too, but are they coming? And if you ask them, are they saying helping people helps them feel better? Because that's usually not how that works. When you help someone, you feel better after the task is done. The act of that task will be exhausting. It'll be self-sacrificing. It's afterwards. So if you're already stressed and you think helping people will make you feel less stressed, you don't have any energy to offer in order for that to happen in the first place. It's a transaction. So now you have some people who like, I'm so tired. I feel like I'm always helping people, but they never like give me any respect or never thank me and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, because if you helped them, you probably projected really negative energy in the first place. Like, yeah, you got them to where they are, but you feel entitled for return. It's like, that's not what a volunteer does. A person who's giving takes on all the burdens. They are stepping up to know that this person is coming here to want to have a good time, not because they're not there to make you happy. That's not how that works, in my opinion, like pragmatically speaking. However, if you tell yourself, if you framed it, right? If you framed it and said, you're here to make yourself feel better, how do you do that reasonably here? Well, some people come there, go volunteer to network. So you ask this person, so how do you network? What are you going to do? It's like, well, one thing you can do is you're really stressed, right? Network with people who have a lot of positive energy to give you. So like, if someone wanted to network, I'd be happy to impart positive energy to you because I have spare energy to give you. And ultimately that person would succeed. And then if they have excess energy, they pass it around, right? That's the idea. But there are people who say like they're stressed out, but they're saying they're doing it because it makes them feel good to help people. In the end, when you think you're a kind person, you probably are. I absolutely respect that you have kind thoughts. But the take-home message is that if you have no energy to give, kind thoughts become accidental drama and projection. If you are net negative already, kind thoughts can produce mixed results when you're acting kind. So what happens, what does that illustrate? It creates drama, friction, people lash out at each other unintentionally, people go on power trips. Like, so there was all that's still happening at the same time. And with proper perspective, which leads back to like Neverwinter. Sorry for the digression from Neverwinter, but Neverwinter reminds me of this same situation. If your expectations are in line with your emotional expectation, like your intellectual perspective frames properly your emotional expectations, then it becomes a really like positive thing and becomes a net positive experience. And what I witnessed today, after all my like streaming and the stuff, like I pretty much, what I did is I did a social experiment and I was seeing if the things I say really check out. And I got 4 stories that are directly with conversing directly with those people. And they represent 4 of the models that I was talking about. It was fantastic because all of them worked out. And the reason why they worked out is because it was a good affirmation. Like, it worked out because my model of deduction worked out. But they could have not worked out and I could have learned something. So the downside is I didn't learn anything new that I could add, like any core foundation, but I had a lot of new stories that backs up what I was saying, and it's great. Like, one person clearly was net negative and but in a great way of investment that I was able, like, for me, I was able to at least, by example, lift that person, and that's what they came there for anyways. So I offered the thing they were looking for. So I read them properly. It's like, great. I saw one person who was absolutely positive beyond my relief. She worked as a occupational therapist for over 50 years. She worked in occupational therapy more than I have been alive. It was such a humbling experience. And the moment we talked, we literally were doing the same thing. We both sat there and said, you know, we're really happy with our lives. We like seeing people happy. So we're here to look at people, see how they solve problems. What are they looking for? It's research. It helps us learn. She does it professionally. A 75-year-old lady. She was amazing. It was so humbling, but we didn't even have enough time to unpack professionally and intellectually. So I had an example of that where I was the person that's wanting to learn. Like, I want to like extract her experience, but not quite an opportunity there. And she shared me with the same intellectual courtesy. It was brilliant. I was not expecting that experience. And then we had the two in the middle where they're balancing. So overall, those people are net positive, but they are stressed out. But they ultimately contribute net positively because they know how to separate and compartmentalize what makes them negative around the Otakon, and then compartmentalize what they have to do at the convention. And in two different ways too. One, seek opportunistic things in the convention itself. The other person seek it by detaching it from their baggage outside. Like, they don't bring their baggage in. So it was a great model of all the peeps. And obviously it's great that they're willing to trust me and share some of this, and I like to share some of these examples. But all of them worked out, and it's incredible. Like, I wouldn't have ever guessed that I would get so many useful examples, and they all worked out so well. Anyways, I thought it was a great experience. I was so hyped, like, so hyped. I think all I was doing is, like, when I finished my, like, shift, like, they would be like 4 or 5 hour shifts, right? I'll finish my 4-hour shift. I'll go back to the room and I want to, like, take a nap, because the first thing I thought to myself is, I'm not wasting energy, like, doing something for myself, because if I rest, I can conserve my energy for more interactions. So I was farming like crazy. I was so into collecting more and more stories, because it was refreshing. And the reason why it's refreshing is because I spent so long, well, since the last time, I spent the majority of my time on self-help. So it goes back to the other thing about it. If you have great self-help or have a great healthy lifestyle, social interactions, learning other new things, encountering the unknown becomes trivial, because you have so much excess net positive stuff that the worst thing is, like, my car breaking down, and I don't even think that's gonna sap my energy. Like, there are so many things that could have terribly happened, and I would still be like, nah, I got this. And this year is probably the one that I was really up for it. Like, if it went for another 2 days, I wanted to meet another 2 people that I spend like 8 hours trying to help, like, in any way possible. Like, I was so, like, genuinely, when you help someone, right? When you help people, you sacrifice your energy, and helping people is incredibly exhausting, because to be successful, you have to have enough energy to overcome the obstacle that's required, and it's incredibly taxing. But I had so much energy going into this that I wanted more. Like, I wanted to, I don't know, if I had other resources other than like talking to the person, right? My major resource I have accessible is not money, because I don't have money. So the thing I have are my words and my actions in a day. So this person is really tired, they don't want to go to work, or like they're having trouble sleeping. I got you. I'll try to find a way that you can sleep better or something, you know, things like that. Like things I can do and offer at the expense of my own energy. And I was still going strong. Like, holy heck. I drove back today at 5 a.m. in the morning. Like, I had like 2 hours of sleep. I just got popped right back up at 5 a.m. and I'm already on the way home. Like because we had to vacate, but I was just hopping with energy. Holy heck. And I'm still so energetic right now. It's still the same day. That's, yeah. Anyways, that's... And the story and the digression I'm going on right now while I'm bootstrapping this Neverwinter, it's a consequence of that. I have so many thoughts going in my mind, but it's so refreshing. I hope other people get that. Like, if you feel like you're grinding, right? You're just grinding along, you're feeling like things are still... You're not getting inspired and stuff. It's like, man, throwing yourself, working on a way to just stock up energy, and then pulling a trigger on just something unexpected, uncontrolled. It can be intoxicating. There's no way I can do it every day though. Like, I'm good. I'm good for like another year. Now all I can think about is the things that I've been talking about. Constantly create a lifestyle that is consistently providing net positive energy and keep on getting one extra point and one extra point. And then when time comes and you need to get tackle something really big, you got it. Right? And you can farm the heck out of it. Like, for me, the farming comes after. So today is consolidating all the things that I farmed. It's kind of like going out in an MMORPG game and you're like collecting materials, right? But the collecting the materials part is expending your energy. What you make out of the materials come after. That is your reward. But you must have enough energy to perform the action before you can see what the reward is. And that's what I had. It's like I had 300 stamina points, and mining all the possible materials in excess required like 150 stamina, right? In 3 days. And I still had like 150 left over, but I mined everything I could possibly do in that time. So non-stop mining, and it only consumed 150 stamina. So I had an overflow of stamina. And now I'm reaping the rewards. So I'm like consolidating what I can say and what worked and what didn't work. What I could change up. Maybe made a new, like, maybe I might have, I'm gonna try really hard to like turn 2 or 3 people's lives around. Like, it's all good now. I mean, it's kind of weird to say this, but whenever I meet, I'm really so attracted to people with problems. Like, I love solving problems. And when I have a lot of energy, I just can't. It's electric. I just want to solve your problems. That's kind of the thing. It's pretty intoxicating. Our problems can be so intoxicating. And and then I was talking about how challenges, right? When people talk about video game challenges and whatnot, hard problems mean I can fail these challenges. Like, that's what I mean. It's really exciting because I don't know if I'm going to fail or succeed. but gosh darn it, it's an outlet for my excess energy. I was talking about this in the scope of gaming because gaming doesn't. A lot of times when people play video games, they don't play for a challenge. Often the challenge has a conditional. It means you can complete it. You can succeed in it. And that is the least challenging thing, that, in my opinion. Like one of the lowest categories of challenges. Knowing that you can tackle a challenge that you can complete. The greatest challenges in life are the ones that you don't know. And even greater than that, you fail inevitably. What's a great challenge? Staying alive. For example. So, the problems that the people I'm hearing and thinking about and talking about is inevitably they're going to fail that fight. I'm going to fail that fight at some point, like to stay happy constantly. But boy, is it a great problem that can continuously provide challenges. And that is, that's like an addiction, in my opinion. Like, I know that sounds cliche, but I like hard challenges. But I also know when I'm not in the state of mind or health to be able to do it. Just so happens that this past 4 days, I was ready. Because I knew going in that when I volunteer and I tell people I want to help people, I really mean it. I have so much to spare that I'm not going in expecting something to get out. Like I didn't, like, technically I'm floored that I got something out of it. Like those great little like beats where someone gave me something just because, I don't know, I smiled at them in a specific way. Like I got a lot of other stuff. Like when you are willing to give unconditionally, that thing that I talk about, like getting lucky, you know, like if you're someone who's really positive and have a lot of, and what I mean by positive, I don't mean optimism. I mean excess energy, net positive energy. When you share that, you are gambling. But sometimes when you gamble long enough, you get lucky. And it's not a lifestyle for everyone because they have resources. You have time. And I talk to someone like this. And my talk to them is, you should be proud of how you can manage your limited energy and resources to gain more energy and resources. And then one day, I hope that such a kind-hearted person, which I mostly believe everyone is kind-hearted, it's their resources and their circumstances that mar how kind they can act. Because acting requires the input. The thought of kindness has a lower input, right? So when I wish that one day most people will have my perspective where they're not focused and desperately looking for opportunities for the self because they have enough to give to others, right? And that's what came of like another discussion we had. It's like, you should be proud, like you're working hard. You would expect a return having to work hard in that situation and stuff. You still need resources, you still need time, you're still looking for happiness. But the thing that I wish for has a prerequisite. It means you're already happy. And this past weekend was a test if I was truly happy. I just really truly happy. I wasn't very, I'm gonna be honest, even till today, even till this day, I'm not like convinced that I'm unconditionally happy. But what I was able to do this past 4 days was convincingly true that I'm happier than a vast majority of people there who were volunteering. And that's not like, that's more of a bittersweet thing, a really bittersweet thing. I would love all those people who volunteered to be as happy as I am, to be willing to just share whatever they have. Like, I'm happy, I can be a little sad and tired and stuff so that I can boost someone else up, right? And for the most part, that's what Otacon's about. Otacon, all the volunteer, it's an entirely volunteer-based workforce. So in some way, everyone there thinks that they're net positive enough to offer, and it does show in the numbers. As long as it's net positive, right? The convention continues to grow. The volunteer pool begins to grow too. If there are some people who are looking to have help, like maybe stress relief and stuff, the volunteers interact with other volunteers, right? They collaboratively become bigger than the sum of their parts. And it was palpable. It was really palpable. Like the convention broke another record. And I didn't think it was going to be, I didn't think it was real because it was really hard. After COVID, the convention came back in 2021 and it got a slump. So it was like a 25,000, I think, ish, like sold memberships, right? Unique sold memberships. Then the following year, it increased by like 36 to 40% to 40,000. And that shattered all the records that it's ever had. And presumably, I can't wait till the numbers come out, but I think that was topped this year. So the con's still growing beyond its biggest state, and the number of staff is still fairly consistent, and if not growing. So it's awesome. It's really awesome. But in all of that, there's still an opportunity. Like now, it's like also a place where I think there's enough positive energy where people can volunteer and be happy too. Like they can bank off each other, and it does work as a networking thing. Heck, while I pragmatically criticize people who like volunteer knowing that they're in a tough place, right? Like if you're in a tough place, sometimes helping others can get you out of a tough place. But in this case, this is even softer than that. If you volunteer in an organization like Otacon, you have many people that could have positive energy that you can learn to look for. So one of the conversations I had is that yes, a lot of people are stressed there, but there are also, it's the highest place you would find people not stressed. It's kind of like going to a volunteer group a lot of times, or going to an outreach program. The highest concentration of people who have more resources than they need, more time, more self-esteem, more emotion, is a volunteer group. Like, yes, there are going to be volunteers that are jaded and maybe looking for a higher purpose and maybe have the dissonance that I'm talking about. That's present. All of these things were present in Otacon. But overall, there's no higher concentration. Like, if you're trying to find a pre-selection group where, hey, where can you find people who just want to help me if they see me that I'm down? It's definitely in a group that the whole purpose of that group is to make other people feel better. Like overall, like the general statement, right? So that happened. And I'm happy to report that I had a really good amount of unexpected, I was not expecting this, but I had a pretty good amount of affirmation on the things I've been talking about. So it really provides a little bit of confidence in a lot of my digressions. Like rarely, I wasn't expecting much. Like for me, my expectation is I'm gonna come home exhausted, put some smiles on people's faces, and that's it. And take it in, you know, like know that my expectation is when you're a giver, like someone who has a lot to give, generally speaking, when you give something, you always tend to feel like you lost something at the end. Like you're sacrificing something at the end. It's not until later that you'll ever understand the weight of what you did, right? Like, and a lot of times it's luck based, it's happenstance. Maybe you help the right person that can pay back, you know, like may you really feel like it's worth helping people kind of thing. That's fair. But for me, I have an emotional, not my emotional state is lined up with my intellectual state. I expect to feel exhausted, spent, not thanked, not necessarily respected. I'm not expecting anything because I volunteered to give. That's it. But it turned out because I only volunteered to give, which is like the story of my life, I think people gave me back more than they can ever know. Like that, like for example, that one negative person that challenged me to try to turn their day around because they ended up smiling at the end of the day. That was more than I could ever expect. It was so gratifying that I can put some of the things that I did into practice, or some of the things that I suspected into practice, and it worked like a charm. But at the same time, my intellectual side, my emotional side is like, ooh, it's like plus 10 right now. My intellectual side is saying, dude, I know it's well and good, but you didn't really learn anything either. So that's the trade-off, right? It's often bittersweet for me. So since I didn't get challenged and I didn't find something that was out of my comfort zone, I didn't learn anything either. But boy, does affirmation feel good. I definitely understand. I get it. And I absolutely welcome it. There's no way I'll underplay it. So it's kind of like one of my favorite content creators, right? Businessman, educator, entrepreneur, etc. Whenever he gives like thanks speeches or like thank vlogs for like incredible things, like opening a multi-million-dollar service that to a impoverished country kind of level, he always talks about like, you know, how it started. It's not about the money, right? It's not about the clout, it's not about the challenge, but heck, if people are going to give you affirmation, like congratulate you and stuff, it's like, yeah, just no, I won't deny it feels good to do it, but it's way different from doing it expecting a return. And I can totally get used to that. So who knows, maybe one day I'm even more confident that I can write a book on this. But it's great. Like I'm so incredibly satisfied that my framework, the framework that I've been working on to appeal to a different type of audience. So the goal of all of this practice is not that I can appeal to people my age or people my generation. The idea is try to convert the experiences that my generation has, and I'm specifically more talking about the United States around my time, because I'm not a globetrotter, and a lifetime is not sufficient to live in multiple countries and really be understanding, right? So mainly the United States. I can able to bridge people in their teens, their 20s, and bridge it all the way up to the ones that I'm most comfortable with, like people way older than me, like 60, 70. And the great reason and I was able to express that and communicate what I'm doing towards the younger audience to older people very efficiently. So the idea is it's working. And the one thing I really wanted to work on was, how can I impart life skills to a generation of people who no longer acquire life skills in the same way anymore? Like, that's kind of the problem. Like what I mean by the problem is the problem that they feel. So like a 20-year-old online, learn most of their content from YouTube, their life experiences from YouTube or something. Those people, their problem that they interpret, which is not the same problem that I face and people older and whatnot, is, did I capture that successfully? Having not being one of them. Like, I can't undo my life experiences prior to before the internet phase. So the idea is it real? Is it successful? Is it possible to get a kid willing to talk to their parents again, who their parents is having trouble communicating with their kid? So that was the idea. And because of the experience, I was able to see if the things I say to someone who's young is understandable to someone who's older and don't have any of that. Why this is incredibly important is that you can bridge that. And one of the biggest components that I always love to develop is communication. So it would mean that ideally, which obviously I haven't done it yet, but it gives me assurance that it can happen. I can go to someone's family, have their child and their parents sit in the same exact room and be able to reach a reconciliation between the two of them with an approach that can likely resonate with both at the same time. What that means is the stuff that I'm telling younger people now and the stuff that I'm conversing with my colleagues and older people, those are transferable skills that can help them converse with each other. And that's delightful. That's like school counselor 101. And I've been doing this casually, right? I'm not a professional. I'm not going to go back to school to get a second PhD. I'm not getting a license to practice. So I'm not doing this professionally. It's just hobby. It's a passion. And if there's anything I can offer, I can at least identify the things and defer them to an expert, right? And I literally met a lifelong expert. That's what the glorious thing is. Like, I can't believe I was able to just coincidentally, I share these things, communicated these things, and I bumped into an actual person who's been doing it her entire life. And that's crazy. She's worked in this thing that I've been talking about longer than I have been alive. Actually, almost twice as long as I've been alive. That's insane. And I can even like contact her. It's pretty sweet. Like I can't. This was a really wonderful vindication. Anyways, that's basically where I was, Worm. If you're still listening, that's basically what I was doing the last 4 days. It's my one event. It's my guarantee one event. This is my 15th Otakon in a row. Outside of COVID. 2020 COVID. It got canceled because of COVID. But yeah. Been going for 15 years. And I would love to have the resources to continue going to other places and whatnot, but you know, I know my limits and my what I'm willing to invest. So that's my one of. If I have to do something once a year and I pledge to do it, right? I have to do all in my power to make that one day. I gotta own it. So if I'm committed to just this one event annually, you bet your butt I'm doing as much as I can to make myself the best I can for that one day. Or technically the one event. It's 3.5 days, but I'm like I'm still sobering up. I'm still in the process of sobering up and thinking rationally again, like thinking logically about all the things that happen. Trying to come up with like a consistent message and all that. It'll be so many wonderful stories. But anyways, I don't know if you are ready for that, but that's the answer. That's the long-winded response to why I haven't streamed the last 4 days. It's so gratifying. It's kind of like playing Osu, right? When you're playing Osu and you spend all that time doing something for a really long time, it's kind of like a raid in a MMO. Like you work with 10 people and you're slamming your face against something and you think you're on the right track. You're just on the right track, and then it just worked one day, and then it worked the next day, then the next day, and it's like, yes, that's great. I don't think I'm gonna be able to on now refocusing back on Neverwinter. Welcome back. Sorry if you're not interested in that, you know, digression. Peeps who watch Neverwinter, I suppose you can always skip because we're probably gonna watch this recorded anyways. But yeah, excellent, incredible. I have diagrams to make. I even have like graph ideas. So many little things. Alright, we really gotta refocus though. So let's refocus. I'm gonna try to grab at least a dungeon run, possibly. Yeah, so this moon point was from last week. As well, take it. Doesn't really make a big impact, really. All right, so where do we start? Okay. We can start by working our way from the bottom, per usual. We have injured mages and captured mages. I wonder if they overlap. This combination hasn't happened yet. Are injured mages overlapping? That guy already interacted with this one, unfortunately. That guy is probably doing artifacts. And injured mages, probably. Because that injured mage is missing. You can grab this one, though. Yeah, that's right. Oh, the injured mage respawn. Wow, that's a fast respawn. At least I think the dude just got this one. Injured mages are not unique between users. Yeah, see that guy try to interact with it. And that guy just did the injured mage. Okay. Gotta refocus. Double time. As I entered without switching my encounter powers. I don't know if that gives me AP. That's an interesting... No? Yes? Hmm. Not sure. I used to do the tab heavy strike. I don't know if tab gives AP. Mage prisoners can overlap. Okay. All right. Get our circuit running. Get our circuit running properly here. Yeah, it's not that substantial difference. Okay, I remember to swap this time. Okay, we got the 2. Now we do the mage dealy. Okay. Only 35%. Hello. Goodbye. Oh, that didn't count. Huh. Oh. No. Okay. Oh, doo doo. Doo doo. That didn't count either? Huh. I guess this one is definitely not as, definitely blue circle. Dun, dun, dun. Alright. Let's get in here. Climb up, and go. Okay. And I forgot that I only need to do 4 of the tears for the weekly. I don't really need to do all 6. Fine. Do we have another mage cluster here? I think this counts. Forgot to swap again. I'm frozen. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so we go over here, cycle up to collect the 1 plan. Okay. Get in on here. Might as well just start with the vengeance, right? Might save a couple seconds. Totally did that in the wrong order, but that's okay. Why do you hit like a dump truck? Yo, chill. Chill, my guy. Stop punching so hard. Holy heck, man. That wraps up the tears. Oops. Now we gotta play sneaky sneaky. Sneak around to the back. Five hours? Ooh. I digressed it quite a bit. This place looks pretty sweet. The whole distortion thing. That's probably, yeah, this is probably where the like old realm engine was. That's probably that created that distortion. I imagine this was the workshop or something. Go back. Gotta be on task. Gotta be on task now. My enthusiasm carried me away just a little bit. Just a wee bit today. Yeah, we're gonna turn in the Abyss one, right? Now we rescue Varice's other researcher. And we need to dump 2 dailies. At least I think. Ended up picking up the insignia one. Just take out whatever I see, I suppose. Preferably not groups with demons in them. Maybe some of these guys? Drop your insignias, please. Am I collecting artifacts? The answer is yes. I see it shimmering. Oh, it actually says it's actually displaying on the bottom. Yeah. Okay. Not a single insignia. Feels bad. Come on, you stingy buttheads. Okie dokie. We got a Harry. I've been calling this guy Harry. I'll probably talk to you later, Harry. Pretty sure I feel like you're my ally. Maybe in like the last milestone or something, Harry's gonna pull through. Swap. Eh. Right, artifacts. There's one over here. Drop those insignias. Or don't. Okay. Ooh, 3. That's like as good as it gets for the most part. Come on, buddy. No? No? Okay. We're making some better time now that I'm not being a digressing goober. Oh, nice. That worked out. Oh. Got a bit of a stiff neck. Dun, dun, dun. Wait. Oh, right. And then we gain access to this wizard guy. Zeknar? Yeah. And then we get 2? Yeah, we do get 2. I feel like I only got 1 on my barbarian. And I don't think we need to turn those in anymore. Yeah, we're at 64. The wards. Okay, so that guy offers the repeatables from the previous like story milestone. So from day 1's milestone. So the ward 1 and the seal tears. Sorry. The sealing tears and the ward are the 2 that is in his pool. So the stuff that was previously non-repeatable are now repeatable so far. No necessarily new things. Like a new variant. They're not necessarily new variances. They're old variances now accessibly repeatable. Eventually, maybe. So far, for whatever reason, they're blue. but you don't get to repeat them. Or at least I didn't turn them in. Maybe I missed one. Like I didn't complete one of the tasks, so it didn't refresh on my barbarian. I gotta go double check. The war one's like, it's okay. It ends up near the tiers, so it stacks up on the last point, and its circuit's pretty okay. The downside is the ward at the top right. That's a little... There's no pass-through here, right here. At least I don't think I see a pass-through. Honestly, you know, let me check. I didn't look hard enough, right? I don't think there's a pass-through. Yeah, like there's nothing there. Nothing there. Pretty sure that places it. Yeah. It's a no outlet. So you wrap around. Oh, I do see a group needing an advance demon web. A tank for advanced demon web. I'm not done with my tasks yet though. No. Stop being a butt. Don't be a butt. Oh, hey, thanks. Thanks for clearing that. Oh, wow. Those things don't aggro. Just right up, just walk right by them. Oh, and then I did that. Dang you. Leave me alone. Oh my gosh, the aggro range on these guys. Holy heck. Leave me alone. Okay. Yeah, we just bop these guys. I think it's preferably not the demon groups, right? Yep. Oh. Right. I need to collect Realm engine pieces. That's a dud on the left side. Only one piece. Come on, man. God bleed. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, thanks for clearing. Is there one more here? Yeah, this is still the place. I don't know if this is gonna become a repeatable. Okay. Alright. Alright. Well, where are we? So, yeah, we're one turn in. So, we turn in the Abyssal Tears. Oh, no, we already turned that in. So, I guess we're turning in the Heroic Encounters because our activity is not that high. Okie dokie. Time to go find 3 Protos. Has this Proto started? Ah, yes! Score. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Proto 1, Proto 7. A little late. Okay. Not many instances on a Monday. Holy heck. Yeah, this mod is pretty dang efficient to I guess it's kind of late. So no tricks. No new tricks in week 3. Sobering up for from the strong week 1 and week 2. Come on. What is this? 15 instances? 14 instances. That's full, my man. Come on, peeps. These are kind of underpopulated. I guess I could move to one of these and wing it and call out a proto. We went too long today. Okay. All right, fine. Let's guess. All right. I'm feeling 11. Okay. There we go. Gotta be proactive, man. Wow. Okay. I dig it. There's no reason I would know that 11 had a proto up. Just gotta make another guess, you know? One more guess. Ow. There goes all my HP. So squish. Rip. Death. Aha! You know exactly how I feel, the bond. Hey, the campfire is just outside, my friends. Just get up from the campfire, man. It's just outside. Convenient. It's got like the old school JRPG games, you know? The save point is right next to where you want to be. Just blow your load and then res and then go back. Who needs a tank anyways, right? Oh, is it the Flump that's doing that? There's no way it's the Blade Masters. Not those two Blade Masters. I go get this one. Never mind. I'm not hitting that guy. Who's volunteering first? Oh. You're ballsy. Yep. There he is. There the Blade Master go. Blade Master. I don't actually know what that guy is. Oh no! And then there were two! I'm a coward. I'm just gauging my gauging my threat and not exceeding the other dude. Cowards. Cowards live. Another day. Live to fight another day. Okay. Proto 3. That's a no-go. Let's take another guess. We'll set us back 3 minutes if we miss. 8? 5? I'm feeling 5. Let's go 5. Rip. Well. And then someone called it 10. Oh, it's 2 minutes. Sorry, 2 minutes. Long 2 minutes. What else we got? The 4th milestone will give us this, the 2nd boon point, but that's about it. I guess 4th week might be quite similar to 3rd week. I mean, I don't imagine most of these are going to be substantially different. Although I'm feeling like one of the milestone is going to give us... Is that it? Wait, hold up. Else... Yeah, the engineer stuff. Yeah. Or maybe not. Oh, it's this? Dang it. It's not the other thing. That sucks. Nope. Guess you don't get this. I don't know where this comes from. Engineer. Because I wouldn't mind picking this up for... Huh. Is this bind on equip? It's not. Oh, it is. But where is it? Maybe it's one of the milestones? Who knows? See. Alright. 16. Alright. We're going to 16. Is that it for you? Yeah. Then we're gonna try to get in a Demonweb's pit run. I could try to do a pain giver run. That'd be a little different. We'll see who shows up to play. So I would be not adverse to doing a healing run or pain giver run just to see. Like how fragile is the pain givers? I really think Demonweb Pit does a number on tick damage on pain givers. It's definitely not. It's more of a tank buster problem for the tank. Like just tank bustery. So like getting petrified more or less tank busters you to death. But as long as you land the guard on the tank buster, I mean on the petrify, you're good to go. And then very low danger for once, which is okay. I would say it's a good change of, it's a refreshing change of pace, because often I've been pretty tank oriented, like tank bustery, consistent damage on the tank. Now it's more like mob management, which is alright. It's different. I don't like it. Or it's swapping it up a little bit. For a little bit. Not like hamming and like hamstringing the tank constantly. Too scared. Ow. Eh. Alright. Yeah, he didn't even this guy didn't even complete the activities weekly. %98. Same pair of pants. I wonder if they up the drop rate or something. I mean, I didn't see those pair of pants too often, even for the common ones. All right, here we go, and it completes the community thing at the end. Yep. Okay. It's okay. Let me double check the other guys. Okay. Let's look at the book. This guy kept the heroic encounters, right? And then 3 dailies. Yep. Okay. And somehow this was different. Yeah, if this was different, what happened here? Oh. Oh, no. Oh. Huh? It's somehow unlocked. That's weird. We'll deal with that later. Alright, let's alright. We'll look for a tanking position. But I think we're okay if we pay and give as well. So we'll see. So let's go to PE. It's quite so, and I don't expect to find too many bites, but we'll see. Is this okay for pay and give? What happens if I equip this? Do I still reach min stuff? Yeah, I still reach min stuff. That's fine. Raptor. It's just not going for that proc is probably the way. Okay, and then let's just change this guy over so that we don't grief our peeps. Let's try this today. Okay. Uh, okay. I guess we'll try this. See what happens. I do have a... I think it might be too late. I did see a bite for, you know what? I think we can just wear these bottoms, right? Even though they're the defensive type. Where is the bottom? Where do be my bottoms? Okay. Action point gain. Nope, I missed the opportunity. It was a pay and give position. Wait, oh no. Okay, let's try it. All right, guess we're doing a pay and giver run. We'll see. I feel like my defense is pretty pep though. I'm gonna get slapped. I'm gonna get slapped pretty hard. How can people be comfortable with being this weak? Alright. Well, okay. Oh, hey. That's cool. Oh, interesting. I like this. I am not aware of this. I like following the leader. This is fun. Oh, never follow a wizard. I don't like having to follow this wizard though. Okay. I'm a little scared of like getting blasted. Getting blasted kind of sucks. What? It's like 34%? That's the lowest amount of defense I'm going in with. I think I'm gonna get one tapped by accident somewhere. Oh, I guess they are probably delegating like artifacts or something. Probably what they're standing there for or something like that. Yeah, they're delegating artifacts, sure. Why is that guy swapping his rod? Oh, two people with rods. Okay. Alright. We're gonna stick with Mightier Leap. A Mightier Leap is, we'll see, giving up Frenzy for Mightier Leap. Maybe we can get a positional advantage. Get out of trouble. Maybe even hop a beam. You can hop beams. Unless these work differently, so I'll test if you can hop beams. The Vanguard. I've been told that's a buff. Like that gaze buff. Monka? That aggro though. Oh, I can't get close to that. So I don't know if it's safe for me to attack those things. What the freak? I don't know if I can actually attack those things. The answer is no. Or at least it didn't seem like it. Okay, so there's that green tether. I don't know how you would respond to that green tether, or you just have to get lucky. Like, it's instant. Like the guy that just got snapped across the screen too. Oh my gosh, you turned. I did that. That was my bad. Yeah, that green tether. Like, what the heck, dude? Why are you so BM? No idea. Oh, these guys are so annoying. I wonder if you can avalanche them. Do they expire if I don't attack them? Hmm. Oh, it's only if you bump into it that causes you to leap. Ooh, I didn't even see the fourth one. Holy heck. I'm still not quite sure what the gaze thing does. I think you're not supposed to attack when you have it, maybe? Or maybe it's the only person that's able to declone her. I'm being very conservative, so I'm not really contributing that well. Okay. Rep. Yeah, that tank is not in a position to be rezzed. Wait, hold. Nailed it. Oh, that guy rezzed anyways. Like, what the heck, dude? I had you. Yeah, I'm really underperforming, but that's okay. We're just looking for Oh, that's right. Hold up. That's right. Yeah, see, this guy is complaining about aggro immediately. Whoops. I didn't want that. I wonder, I could check that tank's gear. See if there's any overlapping things, but it's a Vanguard. I don't know if it translates to Vanguards or not. That thing I'm talking about earlier. Still not all that friendly to melee. Like that wizard was slapping when the zones were on the ground, but man, there should be, in my opinion, a proper distribution of range dependent zoning and melee dependent zoning. But it's often just melee. So often. I couldn't dodge that, huh? By sprinting. That's weird. Okay. I guess I can try to frenzy instead. Just a real on sprinting. Not quite sure what hit me there. Okay, guess we're going frenzy. This time we have some wards. I need like 9 seconds. Are they gonna ham it into the face again and complain about aggro? Oh, come on. Slight rotation. Yeah, this is kind of annoying too. I don't see how I do not have. I don't know if you're supposed to just like, oh, dang. I wasn't paying attention to how far the tank was from the melee thing, and sprinting doesn't help in place of the tracking. Kinda looks like I could sprint that. Can you stop looking at me, please? How the heck did that hit me? That was some wide berth, man. Ow. I don't know how that guy got behind there. That was weird. This is rough. Did the tank just sit on top of me there? Yo, that is really uncool. The freaking tank just sat right on top of me with a Hallister ball. I didn't even, he must have charged at the last moment onto the thing, because I thought I was pretty clear. And I don't know how I'm taking reverse damage. Yes, yes, back up. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is the DPS raise right here. I wish that little ball wasn't there. Okay. It's okay. Yeah, I'm not feeling that, I'm not feeling that melee strat. I mean, I guess we could use, like, the other head and try to reach a crit max. Yeah, let's try it. That early death really sucked. I couldn't even see what landed on me there, but okay. Cool. Hey, son. Ba, 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 da, ba. No bueno on the melee front. Dicey as heck, man. But I can definitely be way more aggressive. Been playing a little too passive. Okay. I keep forgetting there was a mob there. I did it when I was a tank. Ow, why did they hit me first? I'm not the one that poked them first. What the heck, dude? Kind of curious if those wizard effects are stacking on each other. Dude, why am I getting crushed so hard early? Such a butthead. I'm clearly not the first one in aggro range, nor am I the first one to attack. Alright. Gotta try not being a pep, right? I don't even think leaping. I don't know if leaping is even a thing here. We'll see. Oh, right. Sure. Guess I'll use this. Maybe I just leave it up to them to hit all the spiders, because running around the arena also is a range dependent thing. There's just so many range benefits. What is this guy using? Yeah, see, like, there's a chance that's not working. Oh, I see. I see. Fair enough. What? Okay. Oh, are you supposed to dash at the end? Is that how that works? I actually don't know how that red target works. Huh. I thought it was more of a, I guess I couldn't survive it. But all of them dodged it. So there's that. I attempted to dodge it. And then now spiders are kicking my butt. Hooray. Hooray for, yeah. I can run out of range. I can dodge those. Fair enough. They don't look like they're doing anything with the tether, so I guess I'm learning some stuff from them. Alright, so this is where the axe stuff happens, I guess. How do we even know where the... Oh, there's the axe. So do we just stay like here? Oh. What? Dude. I was totally out of that circle. Whatever, dude, game. Whatever, man. I'm gonna leave it up to those guys to take care of the spiders, because I don't want to run around like a goofball. To be honest. Just crushed it. That is one way to do it. I'm still trying to figure out... Oh my gosh, dude. Why did you turn that way? I'm still trying to figure out how this guy is stopping himself from petrifying. Okay, so he's just guarding right now. How does he know when the web comes out? Am I supposed to just let this tether expire on me? I'm dead. Oh, no. I got the dodge. Okay. The miasma. Just so unfriendly, too. What is this? I was just waiting for the artifacts. Okay. So you managed to block the thing. And then you just soak it individually. I don't know how viable that is in Masters. That guy seemed pretty healthy, but it's about the same. Okay, so yeah, you're supposed to touch, right? Yeah, you're supposed to touch. With the red band thing. See, like, I can't do anything about this. The guy wants to stand there. And they're just like, nah, bruh. Yeah, I'm dead there. Like, that guy basically caused my miasma. And I can't... I need to have enough stats to prevent myself from getting killed there. Forced me to dash out. Fine, I guess. I don't think the red shield thing does anything. That wizard just kept shifting in the miasma, the toxic ground. Guess that's what you can afford if you have a shift. And then I shifted right before the red circle thing, so It's such a delay too. Yeah, it's incredibly unfriendly to melee. Melee is just shuffling around constantly. I don't know how you feel about it. I would definitely not prefer to be a melee pain giver. It's another one of those designs. Just constantly brutally punishing melee. Because the tanks are melee, so you have to do something about the tank melee, right? There's so much shuffling. I mean, you could put on some Nikes, you know? They want to do more? I mean, I could do more. Nope, they're gone. Thanks, gone. That was the healer. What can I say about that? The red explosion is really late. Like, basically, it explodes, but the response time is incredibly delayed. Like, so I have to avoid that. That's like an instant death. I'm not sure if I can survive it. But that's an instant death if my shift is down. Unlike wizards, right? Wizards can shift on command. I like to dodge on command. That sucks even more. It was okay. This is a no-go. Like, this is a no-go. Like, we probably do demo. I can't even... It's so hard to consistently get a combat advantage as melee. You're constantly shifting out of position. Well, that was okay. I saw something that instantly kills me, so that's fine. Because I don't have enough defense, or maybe sometimes I get lucky with a shift. It's like the red circle disappears. So I don't know if I'm shifting when I see the red circle immediately. It kind of looks like I should shift right when the red circle shows up, because the damage is already registered. You could see myself move and then rubber band back a couple frames. I don't really know what that window is. And also the yellow eye thing. I think the guy with the eye is supposed to just ham on the boss or something to prevent the boss from cloning or maybe staggering the boss. I don't think the eye is like a red eye gaze mechanic. It's fine. Yeah, this is more for a demo thing. It's fine. Still heavily range favored. I don't think there's usually... There hasn't been a boss in a long while that's range favored. I mean, that's not range favored. There's just so many proximal effects. No punish on range effects. There's a good example of a range effect boss, like Boreworm. Someone did a chain in that was there a chain demon in Demonweb's pit? Something like a chain demon would be the example I'm thinking of. It was a really fast run. I think if I see why they just blow up the bosses before any of the mechanics happen. Even if you die a couple times, just blow up the bosses before the mechanics happen. Yeah, it's getting late, so that was okay. That was a mixed bag. We'll try to get a heal thing in next week. We'll try a heal thing. And that guy almost died from the soak damage. I don't think that's how... You're not going to get away with the soak damage. Just passively soaking the damage solo. What does this do? What does the tentacle rod do? No. I really don't think that's the way you go about it. The singular soak damage, that guy almost died as well. Alright. Anyways, this is a good place to wrap it up. What can I say about week 3? Not really much. I guess let's head back there for a sec. I prefer to tank. Definitely prefer to tank Demonweb's pit since I only have melee. Since I only have melee tunes. I don't have a range tune equipped with that. Range just quite a bit better. You have to be really in line. After I see a little bit more. That was the second time. Second run. Lots of wiggle room. Played it safe. The spider had a mandatory health check for me. I mean, I wouldn't want to rely on dodging there. It's a far different story with a class that's able to dodge, but not this. You can I got the dodge 1 out of 3 times, which is not great. No, 2 out of 3 times. No, 2 out of 4 times. I died instantly. Got OTK twice, and I hit the 2 in the middle, but it's unreliable. So maybe like a health buffer of some sort. Okay, so this is new. This guy's new. So he adds let's collect these realm engine parts. So he adds 2 dailies, which the 2 dailies are the realm parts? Yeah. The realm engine parts, the wards, sealing the tears, right? Sealing the tears here. There might be a 4th. That I have forgotten. And I am not in the that's fine. So the dailies still like week 1 because these dailies, except for the realm engine. So realm engine pieces is new. They overlap really well. They're still like circuit based. That's nice. But really not much complaints, right? And it is well laid out and whatnot. So yeah, we're looking at another 6. It's still above average, I would say. Let's just finish this off and grab the pieces. Is there not a piece sitting here? There isn't. So there's 5? I'm pretty sure there's 6 here. Okay. I'll have to think about it. Yeah, obviously in no way was I gonna overextend without seeing all the stuff. Now I guess we just gotta squeeze in. Squeeze in being aggressive. Oh, there are only 5. There are only 5 parts, so I still have to grab the 6 heart on the left side. Yeah, and this is extra. So we carry over 25 plus 15, 50. Dang. That's a heck of a ton of extra. For sure the other guys have even more. No, it might be the same actually. Okay. Alright. I guess that's a wrap. Not that eventful. Not that eventful, but still above average. You still have introducing of pairing of repeatables that overlap fairly well or runs really naturally in a path. And longer sequence, like the story sequence was like 3 steps, which kind of makes the transition fairly quick too. And yeah, I don't think anything else became available after milestone 3 outside of that one guy. So that's the addition in Web 3. Yes, that's the addition in Web 3. Solid, slightly above average. I'll still be safe enough to say that the repeatables are great. More repeatables, and then it allows double stacking. So now you can move 4 dailies across. That's 20 currency on top of the 75 that's already available weekly. That's like no time. Next week, I'd be surprised. There's still a milestone for next week. So we migrated the 3rd thing before, so I'd be surprised if there's something here too. Oh, well, it's the boon. Yeah, we know that the boon unlocks next week, which it's okay. Yeah, 6 out of 10. All right. I guess that wraps up for this week. For Neverwinter, I'll catch you guys next Monday in the next reset for week 4. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, you know, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.